Agenda items number 1 through 4 on today's agenda. The board met and conferred with its labor negotiators under agenda item number 1. Those designated representatives are Allison Hauk, Ray Espinoza, Joe Paul Gonzalez, Melinda Casillas, Georgia Cochran, Steve Coffey. The employee organizations involved are the Institutions Association, Law Enforcement Management, Management Employees Group, SEIU Local 521, the General Unit Employees, SEIU Local 2015, IHSS, the Deputy Sheriff's Association, confidential employees, confidential management employees, appointed department heads, and unrepresented employees. The authority to meet can be found in California Government Code Section 54957.6. At this time, the board took no reportable action. In regards to agenda item number 2, the board met and conferred with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation and the significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivisions D2 and E5 of Government Code Section 54956.9 in one case. The facts and circumstances justifying the closed session are statements made regarding potential litigation against the county if the county proceeds forward with the purchase of 1161 San Felipe Road for a new community services center. At this time, the board took no reportable action. In regards to agenda item number 3, the board met and conferred with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to subdivisions A and D1 of Section 54956.9. The name of the case is Rancho Gavilan versus the County of San Benito et al., filed in the California Superior Court for the County of San Benito under case number CU-15-00142. At this time, the board took no reportable action. And finally, in regards to agenda item number 4, the board met and conferred with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation and the significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision D2 and E2 of Government Code Section 54956.9 in one case. The facts and circumstances justifying this closed session are as a grievance filed by SEIU Local 521 on or about January 19, 2016 regarding one employee. And at this time, the board took no reportable action. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right. Thank you, Counsel. So at this time, under item C, the presentations and recognitions, I'll invite Supervisor Munzer up to the podium. And while he does that, I will certainly entertain a motion to approve the proclamation for national the Small Business Week from May 1st through May 7th, 2016.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Do we have anyone to receive this proclamation?
National Small Business Week. Guess they're too busy. National Small Business Week.
Too busy.
They're working.
That's good.
As a former small business person, I am proud to proclaim National Small Business Week. Whereas ever since 1963, the President of the United States has issued a proclamation announcing National Small Business Week. And whereas National Small Business Week recognizes the critical contributions of the American entrepreneurs and small business owners, and whereas with integrity and hard work, anyone can build a better life. And whereas small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy, employing half of our country's workforce and creating nearly 2 out of every 3 new American jobs. And whereas the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Bureau will be celebrating our local small business during the National Small Business Week. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors for the San Benito County proclaim May 1st through May 7th, 2016 as National Small Business Week in Hollister, California, and call upon our community to recognize their contributions and support of our local small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Well, thank you, Supervisor Munzer. So next, I'll entertain a motion to present a certificate of recognition on the retirement of Mary Ann Battaglia, I hope I pronounced that right, and an accountant clerk 2 at the Health and Human Services Agency for over 17 years of service with the County of San Benito.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0, and Supervisor De La Cruz will present the recognition.
Mr. Chair, can I have just a quick moment before Mary? Are you anxious to retire already? My wife and I invited John and her husband and Mary over to get together at Payne's, and she was sharing with us that she's already retired. And I said, "You crazy? Are you crazy? I don't want you to retire." But she was going on. He goes, "No, I want to be next to John. I want to venture the world and explore what the opportunities that are presented to Mary." And I said, "No, Mary, what can I do to convince you?" He goes, "Well, you give me a raise." He goes, "That ain't going to happen." I go, "When's your day? We'll arrange for it." Well, Mary, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for your 17-plus years. And I know you've worked other places, too. But for the county, thank you for serving 17 years as an accounting clerk, too, for the Health and Human Services. Thank you, and congratulations. We'll miss you, Mary.
So, Mary, you're more than welcome to say some words if you'd like.
Oh, well, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity of for working with the county, for working for San Benito County. And I did work before, 1980 to 85 for San Benito County. So this was my second time around, and it stuck this time. I stayed for the retirement, no. But it's been a pleasure, and I have a lot of good memories, good friends, and I expect to keep those friendships. So I hope to see you out there at community events and such.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
So I just want to say, Woody Allen once said that success is showing up. 90% of success is just showing up. Well, she exceeds that. She's there every day. She's always there. She's always doing her job. I know she's going to be successful in retirement, and we will miss you, and we will miss your kind spirit. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jim. Okay, so next we have item D, which is public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda. No action may be taken unless it is provided by Government Code Section 54954.2. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, Rob Bernosky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Supervisors. I'm here to speak to request that you put on a future agenda item appointment of board members to the Pacheco Pass Water District. This is a district that had an election in 2012 where nobody ran, but it does have an important facility that benefits San Benito County. And on behalf of, I guess, the agricultural community, I and some others are trying to reestablish the board. We have board or people who are willing to run for the board. And I believe, after I get confirmation from the appropriate people within the county of San Benito, that you have the power to appoint. So I would request that you put this appointment on your agenda at your convenience, no sooner, though, than 1 month from today. There is a wrinkle that I found while researching the matter at the Recorder's office that if we were to have an election, let's say in November, to replace the appointments that we're requesting that you make, what I found was there's a nuance that it's not registered voters within the district, it is landowners within the district. And I need to get clarification, hopefully with the help from maybe the county counsel's office or counsel to LAFCO on making sure that the board members that we have found to volunteer meet that criteria, and if they not, how do you fit them in? So again, it is an important entity to San Benito County, and My read from LAFCO and the other parties that would be interested in this, mainly those that manage the water basin, is it would be far easier to make decisions with regards to this entity by a board as opposed to LAFCO and the County Board of Supervisors and potentially, I guess, the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. This way, everything would be consolidated in a proper board with a quorum, and I think there would be, or our county and those in the water district would be far better off. So if it could make a future agenda item, I would appreciate it very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Marty Richmond.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Marty Richmond from Hollister. Yesterday evening, the City Council of the City of Hollister received a report on way signing or wayfaring signs. A couple of issues. First, I would encourage the county to work with both the city and private entities on the sign issue. We need some signs. Second of all, I would encourage you not to go about it the way we're going about it at the city, which is the wayfaring signs, and I complained about it because this is an enormous program, has been running for 3 years, doesn't have any signs up because apparently it's an all or nothing thing. You either get the whole program all planned out with all the signs or you get nothing. I don't think that's the way we should do it. I think we ought to go and start putting up the key signs when we can afford them, as we can afford them. Also work with private entities like the Wine Trail to help them pay for the signs because it's really expensive and they will be the primary benefit of signs. I also think you got to think about putting together a fund to keep the signs current. I noticed on 156 yesterday or the other day when I was driving down that as I went by, there's a sign there for the boat ramp at San Justo Reservoir. I understand the one near the reservoir says it's closed, but the one on 156 shows a nice picture of a guy backing his boat up into the water. I don't think so, okay? So, you know, it's also important because the minute you put them up, especially if they have a lot of detail, this thing is this way and this thing is that way, that things that move, like offices and things, county offices. The minute you put them up, they start becoming obsolete because people do move. The Pinnacles is not going to move, but the offices move. And so you have to have someone assigned to make sure they stay current, and you have to pay to keep them up. So I do think we ought to get started. I think after all these years, we should have the Pinnacle signs in the key spots off the major highways. That's my opinion. We should not wait until every sign is approved before we do that. So I encourage you to work with the city and the private entities to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marty.
No other cards, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to provide this board with comments? Now's the time to do so. Please step forward. I see none. We'll move on to our department head announcements. Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have an announcement out of our county clerk recorder registrar's office. We have Joe Paul Gonzalez here.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Joe Paul Gonzalez, County Clerk, Auditor, Recorder, and Registrar of Voters. Today, the Elections Office has, we have announcements concerning the election and, you know, some of the details of the election concerning no party preference and voter-nominated offices, those kinds of things. And I have Angela Curl, Assistant Registrar of Voters, here to talk about that.
Good morning, board members. It's great to have a large audience so we can get the word out. I've made a packet. There's them for the public also. I'm going to just really quickly go through what we're looking at trying to do outreach with the community on. First of all, this is a presidential primary election in June. This is also a California statewide primary election for U.S. Senate. That means we have party ballots, which means you have to be registered to vote in the party in order to vote for president. If you're voting for U.S. Senate, you do not have to be registered in the party. So the reason I've made this packet is to inform voters that if you are wanting to vote for president, you need to be registered in that party unless you are registered as a no-party preference voter or nonpartisan, meaning you're not affiliated with one of the 6 qualified political parties. If you are registered no party preference, you have the ability to cross over and vote for president, but there are only 3 parties that have allowed that. That would be Democrat, American Independent, and Libertarian. If you choose to vote in one of the other 3 parties, which would be Republican, Peace and Freedom, or Green, you would have to re-register by May 23rd. If you're a vote-by-mail voter, we request that you re-register immediately because ballots go out 29 days before the election. So in this handout, it also shows you that we have 34 candidates for U.S. Senate. That is a candidate for of every party. We have 7 Democratic candidates. We have 12 Republicans, 1 Peace and Freedom, 2 Libertarian, 1 Green, and 11 no party preference. Because of the large volume of candidates, we are trying to reach out to the community and let everyone know that they will appear in 2 columns on the ballot. That means it's a vote for 1, not a vote for 2. You only get to vote for 1 candidate for U.S. Senate. We are doing a flyer with all of the vote-by-mail voting. We're also doing an outreach program, and we will be training our election officers to instruct voters on Election Day, but we want to get the word out there. Additionally, we have a crossover notice for all of our no-party preference voters that went out. Over 5,000 notices went out last week. We sent the notice to inform those voters that they have choices, what their first choice is, their second choice is, and then a form if they do wish to cross over, because we do need it in writing. If there are any questions on any of these topics, please don't hesitate to contact our office. My staff has all been trained to be able to answer these questions, and I'm available at any time. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela.
Also, if the board will indulge me, I wanted to make a correction to a statement that the previous member of the public came up to talk about the Pacheco Pass Water District. Excuse me. He mentioned that it is a landowner election, and that is not correct. Pacheco Pass Water District is a voter election. You need to be a registered voter of that district in order to run for that office. That's
And
it.
thank you for that clarification. Shea?
Yeah, we also have an announcement coming out of our DA's office. We have Candace Hooper here, our DA.
Good morning. So I'm sure all of you have heard, but I'm here to officially announce that the Board of Prison did a denial on the Gus Marlowe case. It was a 15-year denial, which was the absolute best we could get. Does that mean he's going to be paroled in 15 years? No, that just means he's eligible to come before the parole board again. We, as a community, me as the conduit, but we as a community were able to be successful. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department, the Police Department, and the courts for helping me reconstruct this file. I want to thank the community, Senator Cannella and Assemblyman Alejo, for the letters that they wrote. The board, not only for the letter that you wrote, but also for the financial that you allowed my office to have. The prison staff were unbelievably helpful. My staff, including victim witness, also helped in this effort. The victims, we had over 30 people present. It was the most the prison board commissioners had ever seen at a hearing. The hearing started at 8:45 and went all the way until 4 o'clock. The victim statements, 13 got up and spoke either personally or through a representative. Their statements were emotional, they were gut-wrenching, and impactful. We ran out of Kleenex, if that gives you any idea. The victim's family also wanted me to thank you personally for them, for the support that you gave them. The spirit of the youthful offender parole law, I understand, the spirit of it. However, the application, especially in our case, was to further victimize these families. I'm going to continue my efforts to limit this application. Yes, in the spirit, it has application, but it's too far-reaching, and I'm going to do everything that I can through my association to limit the application, and I hope you will support me in that. Also, financially, the $25,000 that you augmented my budget was very appreciated. Not all of the bills are in yet, but it's going to be under $10,000, so we will be returning the remaining money to the general fund. So thank you. Thank the community. It was a great day.
It was.
Thank you.
We also have another announcement coming out of our RMA department. We have Brent Barnes here to give you an introduction of someone.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, members of the Supervisory Board. Three things very briefly this morning. First of all, I'm delighted to reintroduce to you Adam Goldstone, who we've hired as our Capital Program Manager. Some of you may recognize Mr. Goldstone. I'll let him introduce himself in just a moment. He's also going to give you a very brief presentation, a very brief update on Fire Station 3.
Thank you very much. It's very good to be back. Happy to get back to work and get some of these projects off the table here. Speaking of that, the first one is Fire Station number 3. I understand we're going to be giving monthly updates on that. I am expecting a scope and fee from the architect to get them under contract to do the full construction documents. And I have been coordinating with the fire chief and the rest of the fire department on what their needs are out there. So we're moving forward on that, and we're targeting early next year for the completion of construction. So we're on track for that, and we're going to do everything we can to hold that. All right?
Awesome.
Thank you very much again.
And Adam, it's great to have you back. Obviously, it's no secret we have a retention problem with our employees here in San Benito. It's rare that they come back, so thank you. It's great to have you back.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
You didn't see him limp. He's got a ball and chain on, so he can't run far. Thank you very much. So that takes care of two of my announcements. The third is some very lightly stained laundry, and I'm actually delighted to share this dirty laundry with the board and with the community. We had a surprise visitor from Cal OSHA a couple weeks ago in response to an alleged complaint out at the county yard, and the complaint had to do with exposure to hazardous materials. As you know, we do a lot of stuff with paint and solvents and gasoline and so on. We had no idea what the complaint was about. Very nice gentleman from Cal OSHA came, wouldn't tell us anything, wanted to walk through the entire facility, took a lot of pictures. At the end of his visit, he said he could find no basis for the complaint, for the hazardous materials complaint. Great news. That never, ever happens. The bad news part of that is that he walked through the supervisor's office and noticed that there was no door, physical door, on the men's room door within the office, and so he cited us for having a missing bathroom door and fined us $185. It's like the IRS, they got to find something. So we reinstalled the door, taken pictures of it, made Cal OSHA happy, and as he said, it's unlikely that they'll be back for 70 years.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes.
All right. We also wanted to keep the board apprised of the April 19th. We had scheduled a special board meeting that has been canceled, so I just wanted to make sure that the board is aware of that. We'll be moving those agenda items to our next month's special agenda.
The 19th,
The 19th of April will be canceled. Mm-hmm. That's correct. The board had also requested a status update with regards to 2301 Technology Parkway, the elevator that is functioning. I just wanted to give the board a quick update with that. In addition, item number 23 on our agenda, we are requesting that you take comment and then continue the item to April 26th. For
Which item was that, Ray?
Item 23. That's our public hearing.
Okay.
And the last item I wanted to mention to the board is with regards to Bank of America. Just wanted to give the board a quick update. We actually have met with the ad hoc. The RFP is out on the street. We should be receiving feedback May 6th. That's the deadline. The ad hoc will be meeting May 9th, and then bring the item back to the board on May 24th for some movement with that particular item. So just wanted to keep the board apprised of that.
All right, and thank you for that. Now we'll move on to board announcements. I'll start to my left. Supervisor Botello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's one thing that all of us on the board, our public servants, whether they're Mary Ann here who's just retired, that serve the public, our desire to please people. And, that's why we take our positions, and we generally focus in on that. I received a pretty nice letter that I want to kind of pass on to our road department again. It was addressed to me, but I really appreciate the work that all our employees do in all the offices that we have, whether Health and Human Services, Behavioral Health, Public Works Planning, and Public Safety. And it says here, Dear Anthony, I want to thank you very much for your super quick response to a request I made at the Grange breakfast a few weeks ago. I had told you about a street sign on Snyder Avenue that was missing at the start of Carpinteria. While some years ago someone replaced it with a non-standard, non-reflective street sign, it was impossible to see at night. A few nights after our breakfast, I was driving home, and there was a wonderful reflective sign showing me exactly where to turn. I'm very impressed. I have worked for city and county government for decades and realized that how the smallest things can often take forever. Thanks for getting it done, and I want to pass it on to the people that really got it done. I just passed the word. But, those are real satisfying things to receive when you're out here working with the public. The other hand, the news wasn't, there's a flip side of the coin. I also got yelled at this past week, and deservedly so. I think the board has to take some level of responsibility and find a solution for this. And that was the closure of the tax office on Fridays. And, when we adopted hours for this, there was the logic of staffing issues and so forth, but I think most departments are kind of moving forward and ramping up on their staffing, including, the treasurer's office. But like Christmas, Santa Claus doesn't close the North Pole as Christmas Day approaches. You ramp up. And I'm disappointed that the county, the treasurer's office, did not ramp up to meet the needs of the public. That's why we're here, is to provide the most convenience that we possibly can for people to meet the needs of the service that we provide. And I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that we review these hours of operation, change them accordingly for the convenience of the people that we're serving, and also, as I noticed, I noted at the retreat a couple months ago, we should explore office consolidation if that would help better serve the public and meet the needs of efficiency. Other counties have done that, and I think it's time that we look into that again at some point.
Thank you, Supervisor. And so I'll certainly take a request and meet with the CAO about that. I believe that we have a committee that is set up to handle these kind of requests, and so maybe we could brainstorm some ideas to bring back to the board. Thank you. Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, had some phone calls on Friday. So memory serves me, I believe about 3 or 4 months ago, we directed the CAO to increase the staffing level of the Treasurer's Department and to get that office reopened on 5 days a week. And so I am definitely in favor of having it re-agendized and seeing where we are with that. And that office needs to be open 5 days a week. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Munzer. Supervisor Dela Cruz.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I, too, received the phone calls on Friday, Mr. Chair, about the office being closed. And I'm not going to repeat what my fellow supervisors said. But another thing, Mr. Chair, Mary, we're going to miss you. And invite us over to your house, and we'll be there.
For breakfast?
For breakfast. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Barrios?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to take the recommendation of that gentleman that spoke to agendize the appointment. So if you if you would allow me, it's in my district, and just want to make sure
I
that
think what I was planning on doing is meeting with the CAO, meeting with the elections department to see what it is exactly we need to do, because usually it's not as simple as what the speaker said. I'm
Right.
sure there's a
No, I
process,
understand.
and so we certainly want to follow that process.
Yeah.
And so we'll put it on the agenda when we're ready to do it.
for discussion. Okay, thank you so much. Second thing is that I want to recognize that in the county news that came from NACO, they showed San Benito County as the newest member, and it was really nice that they made an effort to promote our county. They talked about the Pinnacles National Park. A lot of folks got this, so it's really nice advertising for our beautiful county. The third thing is that I want to thank Supervisor Botello. Botello had on the most wonderful sparkly red shoes on Saturday.
Felt like Dorothy.
And I have pictures to prove it. For a walk a mile in her shoes, and it was a really good day for awareness of domestic violence, abuse on women, and it was really good to see representative males specifically from San Benito County. So thank you for putting on the shoes, for walking that mile, and for the rest of the board for the proclamation. So thank you for that. And behavioral health put on, well, in conjunction with the state of California, a presentation to middle school children. And that presentation was made up of 4 actors from all over the country who are really bringing awareness to the importance of mental health and removing the stigma that is on mental health. And it brought it to the level of those children and what they needed to do and who they needed to, how they needed to seek help if they needed it. And so they did a wonderful job, very important. I'm hoping, I understand that they did it at 2 schools. I attended the one at the Dual Language Academy, but they did it at another school in the county. But I'm hoping that will continue, because we do need to remove that stigma from mental health. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just a couple seconds. I really want to thank Supervisor Botello for wearing those red shoes, because for the last 3 years I've been wearing those red shoes, and thank you.
Yeah.
I couldn't attend this year. Thank you, sucker. I mean,
You're welcome. And it's it is kind of a fun way to kind of bring attention to a very serious problem in all communities, and we need to talk about that abuse. If it's happening, let somebody know, so there could be some help provided, and hopefully tragedies are averted. And we heard the story from Councilman Gomez and his personal story, and it affects all of us. So it's a good event. I was happy to be there.
Okay, I have no announcements, but I do have a request from a member of the public. So I'll pull the board prior to the approval of consent. On the regular agenda items 26 and 27, I've been requested if we could move that after item 24.
6 and 27.
Does any board member have any problems with that?
I have one off consent. Is 16?
No,
this is for the regular
agenda.
I'm sorry.
So what I'm going to do is, Mr. CAO and Mr. Clerk, I'm going to go ahead and move items 26 and 27 to be heard right after item 24. Okay? Okay, and then, so with that, are there any items off of the consent agenda that any board member would like to pull?
16.
16.
I have number 17, Mr. Chair.
So Botello, 16. Barrios, 17.
Mr. Chair, I would like to pull 18 and ask that it be continued to our April 26th meeting.
Okay, Mr. CAO would like to continue 18 to our next meeting. Does any member of the public wish to pull any items off of the consent agenda? See none, I'll entertain a motion for the remainder of the consent.
But may I ask a question, Mr.
Yes,
Chair, before we
sure.
do that? We're saying that number 18 is going to be removed altogether until?
Until our next meeting.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is that from a board
President
member?
Munzer,
or-
yes.
That is my request.
Okay, is there a reason? I'm just wondering, this is such an important piece of
We-
information.
it's
and I
not
was just
time-
wondering if there were folks here that were going to speak on behalf of this item, and we're going to pull it for that reason. And if we take it off altogether, we won't give that opportunity.
Okay, it is not time sensitive. There's some issues of this that needs to be looked at in relationship to Congressman Farr, Clear Creek bill.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay?
Very good. Then I just needed an explanation, and just make sure that if there were folks here that wanted to talk on this item, that
Sure.
we allow them.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then maybe when it returns on the 18th, if we could add it to the regular agenda? Yeah. If that's okay?
Okay.
To allow for, the appropriate amount of comment?
Yeah, my understanding is we have until the end of May to actually file this with the state, so there is time.
Okay.
Very good.
So
Thank
we'll go ahead and pull that and move it to the next agenda. And so again, I'll ask for if there's any requests from the public to pull any items or to have any comments on these items. Now's the time to do so. See none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve amended.
Is there a
consent.
second?
I second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. So now we'll turn to Mr. Barnes, item 16, which was pulled by Supervisor Botello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reason I pulled it, good program in the past, but with the staffing we have right now, is that be administered through your office or through our operator at the landfill?
Oh, through our office. We'll oversee it.
Oh, okay, so we have a program in place that, just so,
Yes,
we don't
sir.
get the money without expending it. And is there any details with the program that you have right now as far as how it's moved forward?
No, I'm afraid I don't. I can, if you want to continue this for later on in the agenda, I can have my staff come and answer specific questions if you like.
I just want to make sure we do, have a plan in place when we get that grant money. My understanding in the past, we had some issues.
Yep.
And I just want to avoid those type of.
Absolutely. We're well aware.
Okay.
One, we're well aware. Two, we've doubled the size of the integrated waste management staff, so
Okay.
we have a lot more in-house capability to actually do the management, the day-to-day management of this stuff.
Okay, great. And
I hope that's
hopefully that staff will take into account what had happened in the past.
Oh,
and
they're well aware too.
issues. Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No,
Okay. So with that, are there any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for approval.
I'll move to approve item 16.
Second?
Okay, motion and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So now moving on to item 17 again, Mr. Barnes. And Supervisor Barnes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brent, thank you so much. I don't have issue with this at all, only it wasn't clear to me if the contractor had already been paid, or are we just approving an after-the-fact contract for the record only?
It's my understanding that the work has been done. It was emergency work.
Right. It was done back 8 months ago.
Yes, ma'am. And for whatever reason, on my watch, the contract did not get executed in advance until now. Apologies for that. I don't know what happened with that, but the work is done. My understanding also is that the contract has not yet been paid because
Not
there is
yet
not
been
a
paid.
not a
Okay.
contract to pay against.
Okay. I'm just surprised he waited so long, but that was quite generous, and certainly they have to be made whole, so.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my only question. I wanted to make sure that we weren't just approving a contract for the record, but that we were actually paying the contractor. So, okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from members of the board? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Don't go too far, Mr. Barnes. You're I'll bring it back to the board for a decision.
I'll make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So now moving to item 22, a public hearing. Resource Management Agency, Mr. Barnes.
I'm going to need to use this for this. Actually, not for this one. So this is your presentation. 22 is the housing element, I believe. Yes. Okay, Mr. Turner is going to make this presentation for the board.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is our 2014 to 2023 housing element. I know that you're familiar, but for the benefit of the public, the purpose of the housing element, it sets programs to meet goals for local housing needs. It guides local decision-making in matters related to housing. It fulfills state-mandated policy. It's a state-mandated policy document. It is a required general plan element. Every jurisdiction must have a housing element. And every local government is required to plan for its share of statewide housing needs. It also provides a statistical snapshot of the county. You'll notice in your document there's a lot of statistics in there. Usually, when we talk about the housing element, we're talking about a regional housing needs assessment. So the county identifies sites for its share of regional housing, affordable housing. Often, we're here talking about zone changes and potential locations. At this time, we do have enough space available to accommodate affordable housing under the RM zoning, which is the 20 units per acre, that is not used at this time. So we're not going to accompany this document with any zone changes or anything like that, like we typically do. We do, however, have some new programs. One of them being Housing Element 1-10, which gives priority to projects that have affordable housing incorporated into them. Additionally, we'll be bringing forward an affordable housing ordinance again. Right now, it's an incentive-based program. We will be bringing back to you shortly, and to the Planning Commission next week, actually, a new affordable housing requirements. The ordinance changed at the last go-around of the housing element because one of the reasons was the 30% inclusionary requirement was actually seen as a constraint to affordable housing development. So we're coming back with attempting to come back with some other program. Another addition to our new housing element is the mobile home parks. That was something identified by the public and by the Planning Commission, that there is a need for more mobile home parks in our county. Also, among our new programs is continued support for the emergency shelter, as well as not just designating sites for homeless housing, but also continuing the cycle into transitional and supportive housing, something that this board's been keeping abreast of. Another program would be to discuss transferal development rights to increase density. We do have a TDC program. The unincorporated areas of the county are often unsuitable for affordable housing, being they lack services. So we're going to be working with the cities to discuss the potential of transferring development from the county to the city and sharing the affordable housing, because affordable housing needs to be where the services are available. And we've got a large county, and there's a lot of areas that just don't have the services. Another new program in our housing element is a new zoning designation to have a density from 20 to 40 dwellings per acre. This one was mandated by the state. When we sent our housing element to the state, they came back with a comment that the maximum 20 units per acre was not dense enough to accommodate enough varieties of affordable housing. So we're establishing a new zoning district yet to be, yes.
So the HOU-2-19.
Yes.
Would that allow what commonly referred to as granny units? You know, the smaller unit, secondary unit on a.
Yes, all of our zoning would allow granny units if they have the services. But
okay, but are those age restricted at this time?
No, none of.
Oh, they're not age restricted.
No,
okay,
this is.
I apologize. I
looking
thought
at
they were still age restricted.
Okay, so I'm looking at an area where more housing can go into a smaller area.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Del Cruz.
Thank you. Byron, you just earlier you mentioned about the concentration should be around in City Hollister, right?
Yes.
So these housing units or numbers, you're talking about closer to Hollister, because the further we are, less likely that we can develop.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that.
So we have an idea. We haven't necessarily identified the locations where these 20 to 40 unit density should go, but it will be around the city because that's where the services are.
Okay. So how about if it's some? I don't even know. How about if some developers can come in with a lot of units, and they can sustain that low income component? Then would that be?
That would be an option for them. Yes.
That would be an option. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, you might have one more slide, but I'm going to throw this question out anyway. And this was a great document to read, but it's long,
yes.
And it's hard to put together what the new programs are. And with the focus more towards around Hollister and some of the special housing needs where the services are provided, was there any discussion or requirements or ability for affordability for agricultural workers? I think one of the biggest problems we have in the state is we don't have enough agricultural workers. And labor contractors are just kind of scrambling for, housing for our guest worker program. Mm-hmm. And can we accommodate, say, an agribusiness to provide housing in the unincorporated areas, maybe away from the city?
There are programs in there that are specifically targeted to farm worker housing. One of the ones that I would point out that we've actually already enacted is that farm worker housing is an agricultural use, permitted where agriculture is permitted. So the use permit process, a lot of the processes that they used to have to go through are no longer there. And I've been working with some of the farmers locally recently about locating, and they in fact didn't know that you did not have to go through a use permit to do farm worker housing. So it was something that we've worked in.
Good to know. I didn't know.
Thanks, Supervisor.
So just a little on the process. We had multiple public hearings. The document went to the Planning Commission. We got Planning Commission comments. We sent it to the state for their review. The state returned with changes back to the Planning Commission. We went back to the Planning Commission and now to the board. The Planning Commission does recommend adoption of the draft element in the form that you have it. Adoption today will keep this document alive for 8 years. Not to put you on a spot, but if it's not adopted today, it puts us on a 4-year cycle, not an 8-year cycle. The county can continue to amend the document after adoption. After adoption, we'll send it back to the state, and they're going to review it for certification prerequisites, which is part of the process we already went through. So we're confident that this document will satisfy the state.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Bias.
Byron, I know we've been talking at length about affordable housing, and moving forward, we're going to be looking at a lot of different things. On the amendments that can be made after the adoption, is there a maximum amendments, or is it limitless?
Well, we can make 4 amendments to the general plan a
So
year
this would
period.
coincide with the general plan
This
amendments.
is this counts as one of our general plan amendments
It
this
does.
year.
Oh,
yes.
yes, and I did see that. But so any other related to the housing would be considered.
Well, for example, the affordable housing ordinance that we'll be bringing before the board shortly, that is not going to require a general plan amendment.
Oh, good.
This general
Okay.
plan amendment supports the ordinance.
The affordable
yeah.
housing. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good question.
So at this time, staff recommends that the board conduct a public hearing, that they review the staff report, and adopt the resolution adopting the addendum to general plan amendment GPA 09-42. We're using the CEQA document for the general plan amendment for this document. So the final environmental impact report to the general plan amendment 09-43, and adopting the amendment to the San Bernardino County General Plan Amendment 15-49, thereby adopting a 2014-2023 housing element update. And if you have any other questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Byron. Are there any other questions or comments from members of the board at this time? Dela Cruz?
Mr. Chair, more from a personnel question. First of all, the document was rich with information. It was great. And I must have probably missed it, so I might ask the question that the answer's in the documents. Are we moving forward and hiring somebody to kind of oversee the inventory of the types of units that we have in our community? And are we addressing it? Because I don't want to come back in 4 years or 8 years and say, oh, by the way, we just did 2% of the entire requirement. I want to make sure there's an ongoing reporting basis and someone who's responsible to report to the board that to make sure that we're moving in that direction. It's not we're going to wait and see if someone submits an application. No, we, the county, or we in the county and the city, are going to move forward to ensure that these units are being addressed.
It is our intent to have someone, whether they're on staff now or someone new to hire, to have someone responsible for these programs. Right now we are staffing up the department. Got somebody new in our office today, even. So we're excited about that. And then as the budget time happens, I believe we'll be looking at other positions that will be focused on the housing issue. Yeah.
Supervisor Patello.
Yeah, I'm just following up on Supervisor De La Cruz's comments. And with that position, is it in your vision that it would be solely responsible for the county, or would there be a coordinated effort for housing needs with the city of Hollister as well?
I have discussed it with the city of Hollister. Right now, I would love to have that housing program coordinator position back. It's not in our budget now, but you'll be hearing more about it.
Yeah, and I broached the subject at intergovernmental committee, and as well as kind of sharing that position, because I think we have a common need, and it should be coordinated, within the city of Hollister and us with our to meet all the needs for the housing in our community.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair, one last one. Not to put anybody on the spot, but the needs of affordable housing is going to go across the entire, City of Hollister, San Juan Bautista, San Bernardino County, right? It's just not
Yes.
just City of Hollister and San Bernardino working together, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure.
So at this time, with the public hearing open, I'd like to invite members of the public who wish to provide some comments on this matter. Do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards.
Okay.
Marty Richmond from Hollister. I certainly have no objection to you adopting the housing element. It needs to get in so we get on a 8-year schedule. That's the only thing that makes any sense to me. However, realistically, this housing element is similar to my diet plan, which is I'd like to lose a lot of weight, but I don't want to change my eating habits. Okay? So that's about the chance you've got of making it work. This is all great for what you'd like to do. It has absolutely no relationship to what you can do, because there's a lack of understanding at the political levels of the influence of what's going on with the housing in Northern California. which is getting scarcer and scarcer, if that's a word. More scarce, more scarce. Up in Santa Clara County, they're even passing laws that say you cannot turn commercial areas into housing. Their ratio of worker to housing has gone down, 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 which means that more and more of their workers commute, which means more and more of them go to Morgan Hill first, and then go to Gilroy, and then go to us. And every time they make that jump, that's $100,000 a jump. In other words, in the cost of housing. So with all the difficulties you have of getting a bank loan to do multi-unit housing, and we've heard about that, all the lawsuits that you have, all the impact fees there are, even on granny units, $28,000 worth of impact fees in the thing, all the realistic fact that no one else but the city can possibly absorb this, with all thank you, Mr. Dela Cruz, for mentioning the other areas, but what are they going to do? I mean, we already know they have no sewer capability in Tres Pinos, so they're not going to do it. You don't have any room over in San Juan Bautista, and they're not going to do it. The county doesn't have a sewer plant to do it. So where's it going to wind up? We all know where it's going to wind up. It's going to wind up in Hollister, so you're going to have to work with the thing. If you really want to make it happen, you got to come up with a realistic number. We can say it's 30% or 40% or 50% or any percent you want. It doesn't make any difference because it doesn't work financially. And if it doesn't work financially, nobody would do it. You would not build a house that you could not live in or rent or sell. And why would you ask a private developer to build a house he cannot live in, rent, or sell? So you need to come up with something that works. If you really want to supply the housing, whether it be housing for agriculture workers or housing for people who have other jobs. We don't have the jobs in the county. I mean, it's all wonderful to say we want to help out, but where are we going to employ these people? I mean, we're already getting the firefighters from Los Gatos, and we're getting the policemen from Los Altos. They can't live there, so they come live here. That's the only thing I ask you to do is, after you approve this, please go on and put in a system that actually builds some affordable housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marty. Any other members of the public wishing to provide comments? Now's the time to do so. Seeing none, I'll bring back to the board. Any other questions or comments, or I'll certainly entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, to approve this resolution per staff recommendation 2016-21.
Okay. Is there a second?
A second, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Okay. So we'll move on to item 23. I've been instructed to call up either Sarah or Barbara. And so this is an item that we certainly will open the public hearing and ask the public for some comments, but we will be continuing the hearing, right?
Yes, I'd ask that the board continue it to a date and time certain, so it'd be April 26th at 10 a.m., so it doesn't need to be renoticed for that date.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So
just go ahead and open the public hearing and see if there's any public comments on this matter.
Okay. If there are some comments from the public on this matter, which is to hold a public hearing on the implementation of a library of facilities, the development impact fee, now's the time to do so. If not, I will certainly entertain a motion.
To continue the hearing open.
Okay.
Motion to continue, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
If I could clarify if the maker of the motion would continue April 26th at 10 a.m.?
That's amended.
Second. Okay, there's a motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
So move on to item 24. Mr. Barnes.
Good morning again. Okay, this is looping. Mr. Chairman, this is a resolution asking the board to declare the county subject to the state GAD law, Geologic Hazard assessment district law.
Wait, this is item number 24, Mr. Barnes. It's,
Oh, I'm sorry, 26.
move amendment number 1 with
Oh.
EMC Planning Group.
I'm sorry. My apologies. EMC Planning Group, this is a continued item. Is Mr. Groves here?
Yes. He is here.
Ah, okay. I didn't see you come in. We've talked about this a bit before, and unless there are questions, I won't go back through my presentation. I just want to summarize that this is related to the general plan update program that was concluded middle of last year. There were some items that that various staff members and board members asked be added to the contract, and this is the contract amendment in support of those items. Now, we staff have researched this and found emails and paper trail and other documents in support of several of the items. Mr. Groves of EMC would like to make a presentation supporting some of the additional items that we have not been able to find paper support for. One of those in particular is that this was prior to the Novus and video recording of the board meetings, and so when I asked to do research on this, no disrespect to the clerk, but the clerk handed me 11 audio tapes and asked me to go through them and hunt down the item. And I simply ran out of time and will during the evening to make that happen. So Mr. Groves says that he has additional material perhaps that supports some of this, and he would like to present that.
Sure.
Mr. Groves.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. My name is Michael Groves, president of EMC Planning Group. I've been before you many times with regard to the general plan, so I'd like to talk about that. I have a handout for you, and I don't see the clerk here, so.
I'll be the clerk.
Okay, thank you. So what you'll see, this is a request that I made to the board and to the staff well over a year ago, and it's been delayed for a number of different reasons, and we can talk about that. But what you'll see at the top is essentially we had an initial contract to do the general plan, and if you remember, the general plan was kind of in the middle of the process. It was a little bit of a mess. It wasn't what the board wanted, and we jumped in to do that process in November of 2013. We signed a contract with the County of San Benito to take the general plan over the goal line, basically, is revise the general plan, do the general plan EIR, make changes to that, et cetera. So if you see the handout that I gave you, essentially what I'm requesting is we had a contract for $200,000. We are $43,479.43 over that. I'm requesting that the board supplement that contract for that $43,479.43. I made that request, and I'll talk a little bit about, let me just back up a second and give you a little bit of remembrance in terms of the details of the history. So we signed the contract in November of 13. We did revisions to the general plan by May of 14, so we were moving pretty quickly. By December of 2014, we had the EIR complete. And this is a key point. In our contract, we were requested to do a review, basically a staff review of that. We went through a staff review with Byron and his technical staff, other departments, at the end of, or at the beginning of January. We finished a document at the end of December 2014. By the beginning of January, we had gone through a review of those documents. At that point, County Council had requested that we do a special counsel review. So they wanted to hire a special counsel to review the documents and go through the general plan, the EIR, and then continue that on into the EIR response to comments, the final EIR, and then into the staff reports, findings, and resolutions. So it was a pretty rigorous process, and I think it was a wise process. It helped a lot in terms of making the process more bulletproof from a legal perspective. but it was also an extensive cost to us, and it was not a part of our contract. So as we hit that time frame, January 2015, and we got the directive from County Council and planning staff that they wanted to have a special council review, we said we're going to need a contract amendment. And we thought that contract amendment would be around $30,000. And within a month or two of that time frame, getting into the documents, we realized it was going to be about $40,000. So we made a request for $40,000. That request was made specifically to Byron. Byron agreed to that request. And when I made the request, I was told that I should not bring that to the board until after the document was adopted. And I understand why that request was made. And so being a good soldier, I said, fine, I don't have anything in writing, but I understand that you want me to take all of this documentation forward, produce it for the board, get the general plan finished, get the EIR finished, get the staff reports, the resolutions and findings complete, and get that in front of the board. We got that done by July, if you remember, July of 15. Don't bring us the contract amendment until after it's done. So as soon as it was done, and Byron and I talked about this, as soon as it was done, I requested the contract amendment. So that was last year. That finally got to the board in December. Shirley Murphy put together a contract for $40,000 amendment to our contract, and it was set to go to the board in December, and it was pulled off the agenda. At that point, Brent had become the new director. He didn't know anything about it, and he was, what's this contract amendment? And so that's what the question has been going on since essentially that time frame to now, from last December to now. So for me, it's been over a year that we haven't gotten paid for doing what we were supposed to do, being a good soldier and taking this thing forward and getting it over the goal line for the board. So that's my request, and I've documented on this sheet some of the original contract stuff and some of the verbal requests that were made by county staff. I've also included a letter from December 18th that documents, in a summary form, documents what we did and the requests that we had made. I also have, our amendment to the contract attached to this, which was put together by Shirley and shows the $40,000 amendment. So those are our requests going forward in terms of the contract amendment. So if you have any questions, I'm open to any questions that you may have.
So thanks, Michael, for that presentation. Supervisor Botello, I know you have some questions.
Yeah, I do have a question, Mike. The way I'm looking at this, we entered into a contract. We needed the general plan done. The previous consultant, I'm still real sore about that. Should have been sued if you asked me, but we moved on, gave you a scope of work, and we, from my recollection, we even amended it because we didn't. There was no emissions gas over whatever studies that needed to be done there. I guess we looked at transportation studies that the board didn't authorize, but you decided to go, and that was part of the general plan transportation circulation that you didn't think AMBAG was had up-to-date studies, and you took it upon yourself to change that.
Can I clarify that, Anthony?
But the way I operate is that we enter into a contract scope of study. If there needed to be something additional, it should have been done before. And I'm still, from the documentation that's in our agenda packet and yours, I don't see where the detail of the work by the hour, by who, and how much is there. And I'm going to support paying whatever our contract is. Anything above and beyond, I can't. We paid for, we had a budget for the general plan to get it done. You knew what it was. Our staff knew what it was, and it should have been taken care of before this point. And that's kind of how I feel. Now, you could try to convince me otherwise, of course.
Well, let me just respond to that one point. Let me just say, for example, we spent $11,200 on a water supply assessment that wasn't part of our scope of work. So that's already been paid. We've paid that consultant. That's $11,000 I had to pay out of pocket on behalf of the County of San Benito. There's the traffic provisions you talked about. We talked about that at length at the board, that we have an AMBAG model that's a regional model that looks at 3 counties. We wanted to also look at the local streets. And in order to look at the local streets in a way that I think is adequate, we needed to look at a local model. So we looked at both, and we meshed both and used those as a part of our analysis. So those were the kind of things that we talked about. Chairman Rivas asked for some quality of life policy, so we added that. That wasn't part of our contract. There was a specific request for graphics, wine quarter graphics, and things like that we did that were not part of our contract. So, and then the big punch was, and I've told you this before, is the special counsel review. If we go through a review with planning staff and we're ready to release the documents on the street and everything gets stopped, and then we go through another process for the next 3 to 4 months of reviewing documents and going through and teeing them up and all that, that's great. I mean, it's like an insurance policy. It's a good thing, but it's expensive. So you're paying county council for that, and you're paying a special counsel, excuse me. But I'm not going to get paid to do that? It's like I'm in all of those meetings, and I have to do all the changes, and I have to go through that process. So. And it wasn't like I didn't tell the county ahead of time that was something that was going to happen, that we made that commitment, and I would normally ask for that contract amendment ahead of time. That's how our process and our business works as well. But I was asked specifically not to do that. And so from that perspective, I went forward and did what I was supposed to do to get this over the goal line. And that's always my commitment to you first, is to get the job done. And I've told you that from the beginning, and we did get the job done.
Well, you bring up a point that on the special counsel. Obviously, we don't have a deep county counsel's office, so naturally we're going to hire somebody to oversee this. And I don't think you could do a general plan project without legal looking at it. It really should have been incorporated, whether it's Matt doing it or Nadia doing it or somebody overseeing it. I think that's built into the effort. It's just like farming apples. You got to grow the apples right from the start of the season. It's not just a harvest.
But remember when I first signed the original contract, Anthony, you as a board, and I say that as growth, were pretty upset about the past contract, how much money you had spent, and I was asked to bring this thing in under a particular budget as best that I could, i.e., bring the budget down. I mean, the effort we went through, if somebody could have walked in here as another consultant and charged you had another $500,000 to do that effort, at least. And we charged $200,000. Yeah, did I have extra staff staying late and working overtime and doing all those things? Yeah, we had a lot of that going on. It was a hard effort to get it done. So all I'm saying to you is, you had a $200,000 contract. There was a bunch of stuff that happened in between. I was asked not to bring the contract amendment forward on the front end, but to be a good soldier and do the job and wait till the back end. The county has a $20,000 contingency, so you already have $20,000 in the budget as a contingency sitting there for this type of purpose anyway. I'm asking for an additional $20,000 on top of that. So it's not a $40,000 hit to the county, it's a $20,000 hit on top of the contingency. So that's what I'm asking for. Mr. Barnes has recommended somewhere around $10,000, which is $10,000 short of what I'm owed. If you look at our receivables, we've sent the county invoices, and our receivables say $243,000. Basically, we have about 40-some-odd thousand outstanding. So that's where we are, and it's really at the discretion of the board. I mean, I've put myself in that position, but I did it at the request of your staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I do have to add, because you mentioned my request for quality of life, and obviously we're all appreciative of what you did. And I recall my request. It was at I believe it was like a special meeting we had, joint meeting with the Planning Commission, and I had brought up some issue, and you had specifically said, that you had had done a document, I believe, in Salinas, and that you had some language in that, and that you'd be happy to transfer it over. Had I known it was going to result in thousands of dollars, I would have never opened my mouth.
Well,
So I feel like you gotta, you kind of pull that wool over my eyes a little bit. It's frustrating. It really is.
It's not thousands of dollars.
That's fine. I don't need a response. But Supervisor Munzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michael, I know you've been here several times on this, and timing has not worked out. I guess my request at this point of view, are you open that we continue this to it looks like we're going into an afternoon session. Do you have the time to allow us to continue this to the afternoon so that we can study the document that you gave us and then come back?
I do. If it's going to be taken up early in the afternoon agenda, I have a ball game this afternoon with our high school team, and so I'll be on the field by 2:30. So I need to be back in Monterey by 2:30. So I'd have to leave by 1:30, 1:45 probably.
We may not even be getting back till 1:30. So,
right.
Okay, so that may not work.
Supervisor Barrios.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things that I think we have forgotten about is that we had not budgeted for, at least I don't think so, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but we had not budgeted for a special counsel review, and it was something that we did after the fact. Almost the same thing with it. Mike is now requesting. It was after the fact, and we went ahead and approved it because we did realize that it would be more defensible if we did that. So it was a smart move. But with that being done, it added another layer of work that I know Mike had to do because now he had to take the comments from special counsel and incorporate them and review them and incorporate them into our general plan. So I understand that. Was it budgeted for? No, it wasn't. But you have done an exceptional job of taking on pretty much a pretty messy document and cleaned it up. There were additional things like the local streets model that you also reviewed along with the AMBAC model, the water consultant that I know is not. If you are willing to reduce part of your fee to keep us in budget, then I'm okay with it because I know that the work got done. I sat here through the whole frustrating part of the general plan, and everything that we requested was done. So, with that being said, and if you're ready to agree with keeping us on budget and you reducing your fee by that much so that we can stay within that, then I will support it.
I just would like to know what that means in terms of what the budget is. In my original letter that I wrote to Byron, I told him that in the second page of that letter, I told him I would be willing to write off $3,479.43 so that we basically and I can tell you I'm way past that now because there's been all kinds of stuff that's happened since that time. But that was a December letter that I wrote, and I said I would write off the $3,479.43, which would mean you'd have a 20% contingency and you add $20,000 to the. You have a 20% contingency that's $20,000. You'd add $20,000 to that, and that would be the final budget. And I can live with that in terms of writing off some of that money. So that's what I wrote to him.
I was referring to, Michael. I know this is an old letter, and I know there's been expenses since, but if we can go back to December and agree with what is in this letter, because this was written back before it came before us, we wanted to approve it, or we had already approved it actually by that time. This is after the fact. So if we can go back and agree to that, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I agree. I'm fine with the letter. I wrote the letter and put that position out in December, so I'm fine with that.
So thank you for your comments. Supervisor De La Cruz, you have some comments?
Yeah, thank you. Mike, I do recall those points that the board conveyed with you, and you moved forward with them, and I do remember at times that you said, I'm going to do it for the team. I do remember that. Unfortunately, some of the board members, when it comes down to cost, that's the number one thing, and we all should look at it. But I'm going to support Supervisor Barrios' position that let's put a resolution to this today and see if there's something we can come up.
Yeah, and board members, I know this is not a fun situation for you. You get this all the time where people come to the board, and there's always cost changes and there's always things. It's not a fun thing for you to deal with. I wasn't looking forward to having to deal with it either, but it is what it is. And I've been sitting for a year not getting paid on money that I've already spent. And in fact, some of it is money that went to other consultants that I had to hire to help me do it on the water side. So,
and I know that you've done a good job for the community. I know that, and we're probably going to continue to use you down the road. I know that. And I want to make sure we have that professional relationship moving forward. So there's got to be some compromise figure that we all can, reach today and just move on.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, I want to open up to the public for comment.
Hi, Marty Richmond from Hollister. I do want to make you feel happy by saying I won't have any comments on the 1161 San Felipe Road issue. So I'm not going to comment on everything today. I'm in no position to know what the right cost is on this, or what we should, how much extra work was done. I didn't track it. I sat through all the meetings. That should be worth something all by itself, and I didn't get paid anything. But I am very concerned about the lead-in to this, which is we have apparently a key member of staff, not one of the rank-and-file members, saying, don't put in your request for more money now. If money is so important to the board, why are we letting members of staff say that? Who are they protecting? They're protecting themselves. They're protecting you. The system, there's something wrong here. I think you ought to check with staff and see if somebody did say that. And if somebody did say that, then I think you ought to pay. That's all. It's that simple. Now, if you then want to take the person who said that and wring their neck, that's your business. But they either represent you or they don't. And they were told, you go out and get this done, or they weren't. And if they were, just like the gentleman who did some emergency work for you and didn't have a contract at all, a previous discussion here, and waited 8 months, was it? 8 months to get paid. I mean, in private industry, people don't wait 8 months to get paid, and they don't do when they do things on a handshake deal, they expect it's a handshake deal. And we all know a lot of times it costs more to take your house and retrofit it than it does to build it from. You're cheaper off running a bulldozer over it and start from scratch. And what you asked EMC to do, and I was here, was, pick up this half-finished house here that we're not happy with and we pay too much money for and we don't like any of it, and go fix it. And that's a lot more expensive than saying to somebody, do this from scratch. And when you say do it from scratch, it's much easier to estimate what it costs. It's much more difficult to estimate what it costs when you go looking through the scraps and see what the guy before you did and said, I got to fix that. So if your staff said, we're not going to put that in the budget until later, and why they did it was to save you embarrassment, or to make sure the system did not get held up by doing the right thing because you had a deadline that you could not, that we had wasted away with another contractor, then you owe them the money. That's the way I see it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comments, Marty. Any other comments from the public? Okay, see now, I'll bring it back to the board. And I think Marty brings up a great point. I think that, if the staff member, if one of our staff members did recommend to Michael that he hold back, I mean, that's a problem. That's a cultural problem in San Benito County. I know I've been up here when I first got elected and cracked a lot of jokes about this being the Wild West. This is a perfect example. I mean, this is a huge problem because they did a significant a disservice to not only this board, but to the taxpayers of this community. And I'm one, and I've screamed, when I did the state of the county address, my main point was transparency, honesty in local government and to taxpayers. And this is significantly upsetting and I am disappointed, very disappointed. So with that, I will take a recommendation from the board.
Mr. Chairman, before we get to the motion part, I think we have some discussion to have here. The way I view things is that we enter into contracts. Both parties know what the contract is. There is expectations that you're going to have council review the work. And that part of it has, really little weight. Now, what you just said, if one of our staff made a warranty that perhaps we shouldn't review the budget as we're going along, and that it's to take more money, we've heard that a half dozen times, and they've all, come up time and time again and amend budgets and contracts and so forth. And during that period, this project, we have put a lot of pressure on our staff to get this thing done. And it's been a thorn in our side from the start, even before Supervisor Barrios has been on the board. And we spent a lot of money on this, and we're about $20,000 off, from my estimation. And I don't know if we could arrive at a conclusion if there is even a foggy spot where our staff said, why don't we get the work done and then bring back the amendment? That's not the right way of doing things, not in my estimation of trying to be a caretaker of the taxpayers' dollars. But I'll stand behind that decision, and then hopefully culturally we change that going forward, where that doesn't happen in the future. But that's where I'm at with it. Otherwise, we have a contract for $220. I'll pay $220, and that's where I'm at with it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other questions, comments from the board? Mr. Barnes?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, the contract, as do almost all of our contracts, allowed for contingency at the direction of the planning director. Almost universally, the discussions that were had about, that I could find, that were had about adding scope to this, talked about, let's tap into the contingency. Unfortunately, and I guess this was a staff error, nobody was writing in the check register at the time that those decisions were made, or nor did we actually know how much it would cost to do each particular thing. And so we overdrew the bank account on that contingency effort. All of this was really done in the name of the contingency rather than simply saying, well, to hell with the contract, we're just going to go do the work. So there was some gray area. I want to make that point.
Okay, so if I could have a follow-up question. So basically, from the staff's point of view, a lot of this extra work, say the water portion of it, studies, it would have been paid for out of the contingency in which the staff knew it had access to, as well as the consultant.
That's correct. Right. And that's up to $20,000. So the total contract, if you will, was $220.
So what we're discussing today is an additional $20,000 above the
yes, sir.
$20,000 that was
$11,000 of which is documented as with some verbal agreement or email agreement, and the other portion is not.
So that brings it down to almost. We're almost talking about 9,000.
About 11.
Dispute.
About 11,000. Yes.
And maybe I don't know who was on the board when this process started. Maybe Supervisor Botello and Supervisor Dela Cruz. I'm not even sure if it started before you even. But this thing was a mess. We all recognize that. EMC jumped in, bailed us out, and through that process, it continued to be a mess for a long time. He got us to the goal line. I too want to find out if staff told them or advised them to wait till the process was done before submitting the other $40,000. But at this point, I don't think we need to penalize EMC over $9,000. Let's go ahead and pay him. He did the work. Probably nobody else would ever have taken on this task, and probably he wouldn't have taken it on if he had known what it was going to entail. So that's my recommendation.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for the board?
Mr. Chair, so if we do that 11,000, that's the figure we're looking at just by Mike?
No, it's 20,000.
20,000?
It's 20,000.
Well, all right.
But can we get an exact figure?
Yeah.
The staff recommendation is for $10,918.96.
And then Mr. Grove's number is?
Even.
Another $9,000.
$9,000 difference, Mr.
Yeah, it's 9,000 that we just don't quite have documented.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Well, hold on one second. In page 2 of Mr. Grove's letter, it says the outstanding balance is $30,977.28.
I believe, Mr. Chair, that is a total, but it includes the $10,000 that the department is making.
Yeah, there's
included in there.
Don't be confused. In the letter, it actually says, well, what's actually owed. So we haven't been paid this money. Some of it we've been paid. Some of it we haven't been paid. Don't look at that part. We're just talking about the contract amendment so that we can get paid. And the contract amendment is there's a contingency for it's a $40,000 total. There's a contingency for $20,000. We're asking for $20,000 on top of that. So the request is $20,000. Mr. Barnes has said 11 something of that he can document because it went to somebody else. It didn't even go to us. It went to another consultant. And the last thing I'm here to do is throw the staff under the bus. I'm not here to do that. It was a good collaborative effort. They made that request as if we would be sitting around a table, with a team coming up with a strategy about how we're going to play the game or whatever it is. We had a strategy, and it was like, just, let's get this thing in front of the board. I'm not saying it's the right way to do it either, because we would normally bring a contract amendment. But if you remember the times, you were not a happy camper about the general plan and where it had been and how much money you had spent on it. So I think everybody was trying to do the best they could in the situation and basically say, let's bring this amendment to them. We know you did the work. Let's bring it to them right after the document gets adopted. So I'm not here to throw the staff under the bus. The staff was doing this in a collaborative way with me. Whether we all handled it right or not, that's another day. But in the end of the day, I was requested to do the work.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add to what Michael just said. I'm glad he brought that up because I really don't believe that staff was acting with bad intentions. We had put a lot of pressure. We were under a lot of pressure to get this general plan completed because there were people sitting and standing on the sidelines that wanted to get projects going. So they understood how important it was for us to move on as quickly as we could. So on behalf of the staff, I don't believe that the intentions were malice. I just believe that maybe moving forward we'll learn from it and do it different.
And Mr. Chair, I want to echo Supervisor Barrios on that. I see problems on both sides. Where's the invoice for this special consultant? And how was these invoices, and it could be this project or any other project that we have, are collected and paid for, and the documentation. See, I'm going to have a hard time supporting some of the suggestions just because I don't see it in our staff report. I don't see it in this letter. How this money is the track record, and as far as the expenditure, I just don't see it.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask our maker of the motion, he started to make the motion, is that we move forward with the idea that we will get documentation for the water bill, that we will get that from the consultant, and then just a detail of the additional $9,000. So with that, I'm sure that Michael can get that to us.
Is the maker of the motion amend his motion?
I haven't made a motion yet, Mr. Chair, but I'm ready to go.
Do it.
Okay, I make a motion that we add an additional $20,000 to the contract with the stipulations that Supervisor Barrios has stated, and it conforms with legal counsel's interpretation to make sure that the auditor does send payment on that request.
The auditor is watching closely.
And that's why I'm looking at him right now.
Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Under discussion.
Under discussion.
So clarify, the total expenditure for this contract is to be $240,000.
Correct.
The total.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Mr. Barnes?
The maker and the seconder, the documentation that is to be supplied, is that before the? Where do you intend that come?
For the
Next
general-
in the process?
I'm sorry.
In support of the final invoice, if you will.
Yes, final invoice.
Okay.
So Mr. Groh will have an opportunity of 10 days to submit final invoice to the county.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's a clear motion and direction. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. So at this time, we'll adjourn and reconvene at 1:30. 1:30, and we'll start off with item 26.
It's fast.
You want to be in it?
Okay, well, we are all back from lunch. We'll start off with item 26, which is asking the board to adopt a resolution declaring San Benito County subject to Geological Hazard Abatement District laws. So I would invite our staff, Mr. Barnes, to come up and present the item.
Now I'm on. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon, board members. This sounds like a scary thing. It's really not. It's a state law that allows, like a community services district or a community facilities district, allows properties to become designated as an abatement district for geological hazards, a variety of hazards. And it's a self-funding program. The first step in doing that is for the county board to declare themselves subject to the GAD law. This is new to me, and I started out calling it jihad, and I was quickly corrected. Yes. I'm proof that I'm educable, GAD. Anyway, the first step is for the county to declare itself subject to the state law, and that's what this first action item is about. I'll introduce the second action item as well, and that is that this was brought forward in connection with the San Juan Oaks project, the Del Webb project, which will be, if the board and the property owners approve, the first application of the GAD district within the county. So the first action item before you for public hearing is the resolution declaring the county subject to the state GAD laws. Questions from the board?
Any questions from members of the board? Yep. At this time, I'll open up to the public for questions or comments. I'd like to open up to the public for questions or comments.
Mr. Chairman, Scott Fuller.
Okay.
Chairman Reeves and Board Member Scott Fuller from San Juan Oaks, thank you. I just want to let you know that we are here, and including Patricia Curtin, our GAD expert attorney, is here if there are any questions. So just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. No, okay, no other speaker cards? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions or comments. If not, I will accept a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve 2016-23 resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So moving on to item 27. The adoption of a resolution which sets the public hearing, the formation of the San Juan Oaks Geological Hazard Abatement District.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The procedure requires that there be a public hearing with 90 days advance notice. And so we're asking the board this afternoon to set the date for that public hearing 90 days or more from now.
Do we know what that meeting date is yet? Or
is it in the recommendation? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
It's not on the agenda, but
May, June, July.
May 10th.
90 days?
May 10th.
That's not 90 days. Are we? Am I wrong with the 90 days?
It could be set any time thereafter, so May 10th is so appropriate.
Okay. We're recommending May 10th. I'm sorry.
Okay, and that is not on the
staff report.
The staff
okay.
report. No.
Or at a time of the board's choosing.
Okay, so at this time, I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments.
Do you want to take public testimony on this?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll open up to the public. Questions or comments on this item? See none, I'll bring it back to the board for a decision.
I'll move approval of resolution 2016-24 per staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
And we'll also set the hearing for May 10th? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So now moving on to item 25, I would like to thank all the members of the public for waiting very patiently, which is, again, Mr. Barnes, Resource Management Agency.
What do I have to do?
sorry, hold on.
Powering up.
Second, sorry about that.
It's okay. The wonders of technology. I was going to bring the overheads, but I could never get them right side up on the screen. So,
It is dead.
okay.
Looks like we're have to
Oh, the green light
postpone this
was on.
agenda item to the next meeting.
Next month. How about next month, Mr. Chair? Sarah.
Nobody thought that was funny either.
No.
Where?
Yay, Sarah.
Show off.
There we go.
Takes a village.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
It's a joke to be
Takes a
made.
village.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Margie. Margie said it perfectly.
That's a joke to be made later.
Okay.
How many engineers?
Mr. Chairman, board members, good afternoon again. This is a short presentation. There are a number of slides. I will proceed through them fairly quickly. Mr. Riding Sword and I are going to tag team a little bit on this. He has a couple of slides in the middle that he'll talk about, and I'll come back and finish up. You will recall that we have spent over 2 years trying to put together a program for a homeless overnight shelter, a emergency shelter. We've run successful programs in other similar venues, other similar veins, for a number of years, been very successful, and now we're trying to find a permanent home for that project. We've looked at a number of sites around the county and settled on 1161 San Felipe Road, and we'll talk about the attributes of that site today, if I can get this to work. All right, this is the property, 1161, a former manufacturing building, built in 1962. The yellow line depicts the limits of the property. You can see that San Felipe Road, the frontage road, is there on the left. There's a chain link fence between the frontage road and the high-speed limited access highway. On the property itself, well, the property itself is entirely built out with a building and asphalt coverage and one tree. And in the back here, a very small exterior fenced yard with another chain link fence around it and with concertina wire, barbed wire on the top. That's the limit of the property, the extent of the property. There would be no changes to the exterior of the property with the exception of some paint-up, fix-up kinds of things. We're not intending to do any particular exterior work at all. No expansion of the building, no reconfiguration of the exterior of the building. It is a steel shell. This is the south side of the building, facing onto a parking lot. The rear of the building, you can see the chain link fence and the little bit of yard area there in the back. And this is the area that is proposed to be used for the overnight shelter, the area in green. You can see it's only a portion of the building. We're referring to this as Phase 1 of the larger program. Phase 2 we'll talk about a little bit later. You can see that, again, this is only a small part of the building. This is the first conceptual plan. I want to make sure that you understand that it's a draft plan. It's not intended to be built from this. This is only the first sort of artist rendering of what the interior of that green area might look like. It includes common area, which would be converted to men's sleeping. It includes a separate women's sleeping area and locker rooms, separate bathrooms, kitchen, staff rooms, and so on. A very, very basic kind of facility. 5,000 feet more or less. And I'm going to add 2 arrows here and then put up 2 photographs of the interior so that you can get a sense of what the building is like on the inside. The first photograph is from the back, taken looking forward. The second photograph is from roughly that same position, looking toward the back, toward the Phase 2 part of the building. So this is the area that would be converted to the shelter, kitchen, administrative area, and so on. You can see it's been an industrial building for 50 years in various uses, and it needs some serious work to be converted over to a residential facility. That work is in the program, in the budget. This is the rear of the building. This is a part where Phase 2 would occur, and Phase 2 will be workshops, employment, counseling, loan counseling, other things that Mr. Riding Sword will describe briefly in a bit. And in fact, right now.
So good afternoon. So as you may recall, we have received a 2014 Community Development Block Grant of $1.5 million to support the purchase and renovation of facilities in San Benito County for homeless services. And this is the base grant that we're using as we're moving into this project. Phase 1, as Brent said to you, consists of approximately 5,000 square feet for emergency shelter and for services, both overnight and daytime services. We expect to have staff in the building to do that. We have identified long-term operational funding. We are planning to go out for an RFP for a provider to do that. We would like to have the providers give us their sense of what they need to do and what their budget is, and then match it up with the funding that we have, as opposed to telling them we have this amount of money and tell us what you're going to do with it. We have had qualified, experienced providers contact us to let us know that they plan to submit a bid for the operation of this building in San Benito County. Phase 2, which is the other 7,000 square feet of the building, we're hoping that we can turn that into employment and training services for the low-income population, primarily the homeless population. That will give us an opportunity to do some specific training for people to help them get back into employment. And what this does, at least for us, from our perspective, it sets in motion an overall development of a continuum of low-income housing in San Benito County. We have had discussions with contractors and developers who work in San Benito County who have a great interest in moving forward with us if and when we're ready to move in that direction. I just want to talk a little bit about current activities out at the complex. I think most of you call it the Health and Human Services Complex. It's located at 1111 San Felipe, which is right behind the proposed structure here. We have more than 8,500 visitors that come through the Health and Human Services Agency every month, and including an estimated 750 visits from homeless individuals. We are serving homeless individuals out of our current building, doing the best we can. We think that it makes sense for us as we begin to expand and move into a more coordinated program that if we can build out 1161, that will help us to get that done. The Health and Human Services and the Behavioral Health, which is also located out there, are currently full-service sites with public transportation. We have worked very closely with the Council of Governments to be sure that the public transportation that we're talking about works for them. And to date, they have told us, yes, it does, because it's already an established route. So we'd like to, say that for over 25 years, San Benito County has been providing coordinated services for low-income people in San Benito County at its current site with no significant issues. We'd also like the board, to understand that actually for the last decade, we have also been providing, not us, but through the Homeless Coalition and us this year, we have been providing winter shelter homeless services at the Migrant Farm Center with no significant issues with security and staffing. And those have been successful programs. This year, a few months ago, you authorized Health and Human Services to expand the services out there in addition to what the Homeless Coalition was doing. And that has gone well, and we are going to be able to run that through April the 18th. So that's just a little background on, what we think, we can do there, what we're currently doing, and we believe that this can be blended into our current services in order to provide a more complete full-service center for low-income people in San Benito County.
Thanks very much, Jim. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the planning and the environmental review side of this now. The project is in the city of Hollister. It was annexed in 2015 before we even began looking at the property by the current owner. The proposed development is exempt from CEQA under Class 32 infill development. And these are the 5 criteria that are required to be met by a Class 32 infill project in order to maintain exemption from CEQA. So I'm going to talk about the CEQA exemption, and then I'm going to talk about exceptions to the exemption, which is sort of a double negative. The exemption from CEQA allows a project to proceed without further review unless there are exceptions which create unusual circumstances that pertain to the site. It's sort of like a variance. So if there's something unique about the site, like a spotted owl lives there, then the CEQA exception for an environmental review would not apply. So just so that to sort of frame the conversation. The project is consistent with the general plan designation. This is the City of Hollister general plan designation. As I said, it was annexed in 2015. It's designated as industrial in the general plan. There are land use goals and other goals throughout the general plan that support the project. The 2 in particular, the main land use goal, promote diverse housing for existing and future residents, and then the land use element of the Hollister general plan speaks very specifically about people with special needs, and this is a special needs project. Project is consistent with the housing element of the general plan as well. Pardon me. The housing element speaks very explicitly about folks with special needs, again, particularly low-income individuals, homeless individuals, others that have societal disadvantages, if you will, of competing in the housing market. And we know that that's a large element of the community. And Mr. Riding Sword talked about the transitional housing program that we hope to roll out after this is in place. It's a very high priority for the board. It's a very high priority for staff. It's a very high priority for the community. Whoop, missed the button. The Hollister zoning code does not list the proposed use as a permitted use in any zone. It's just one of those things that you would never find in a zoning code because it's so unique. But it does cite caretaker and employee housing and child care center as being permitted uses in the industrial zone. And in fact, there are sites with caretaker housing and child care centers in the industrial zones in the city of Hollister. They require administrative or planning commission review, and that's the approach that we'll be taking with this project. The zoning code also responds to SB 2, which is the state's homeless shelters and transitional housing state law, and the county has a provision for this as well. In zoning code section, Hollister zoning code section 1722-120, there are two sections, A and B, two subsections. The first section is the North Gateway zoning district, where homeless shelters and transitional housing are permitted by right. Nothing other than a building permit is required to establish a shelter there. Part B says that those kinds of uses can go anywhere in the city in residential, public facilities, industrial, mixed use, or commercial districts. Any of those zones with a conditional use permit. This particular property is not it's near, but not in the North Gateway overlay district. So those provisions provide guidance, but they do not apply directly to this property. We fall into subsection B, where conditional use permit review is required for the project. And the purpose, obviously, of the conditional use permit is to make sure that the specific development proposal, any kind of development, and you're familiar with this, aligns with the peculiarities of the site and the neighborhood. I talked about this. This is guidance from the North Gateway District, which does not apply, and that's why the red universal no sign is there. It should be at least 1,000 feet from another center. It should be 500 feet from a public park, a public or private K-12 school, an R1, R2, or OT. OT is Old Town, the old historic district of Hollister. So those are guidance. They don't apply, but we're taking those as guidance. And it has to be located within 1,000 feet of a bus route. Well, as Mr. Riding Sword said, there is bus service to the adjacent industrial park. It's part of the county program that exists. The North Gateway District also requires that this be operated by a responsible agency. Well, we've provided testimony that it will be operated by a responsible agency, and in fact, the board will be involved in the selection of that agency at several steps. There needs to be an on-site supervisor, quite obviously, and an additional supervisor for each occupant beyond 20 occupants, and that is the plan that Mr. Riding Sword is moving forward with. Again, these are guidance. This is not applicable to the code itself. So this is a map, an aerial view that shows the North Gateway Center in brown or tan, and the public facilities zone in blue, and Mr. Riding Sword's HHSA complex is in that blue area. The yellow circle or oval at the top is the project site. So you can see that it is near to, but not within, the North Gateway Center. The North Gateway Center, again, was the specific area where the Hollister City Council envisioned this type of use. It's near to it. So it's in the general area. We believe that that's consistent. We also have, and I might add, that Mr. Prado is here from the City of Hollister Planning Department, and I would like to have him supplement my remarks with a little bit of conversation about the Hollister General Plan and Zoning Ordinance at the end, and almost done. So we've talked about this. Conditional use permit is required under subsection B of the zoning code. The second part of the exemption process, the CE, is that the development has to occur within a city limit on a site no larger than 5 acres, and it has to be substantially surrounded by urban uses. The site is within the city, as I've said. It's on a 0.52, about a half-acre lot, and it is substantially surrounded by the industrial park and a motel and an auto repair shop and so on. To be fair, there are agricultural fields across the street to the west, across the limited access highway, and there is agriculture to the east, as there is in many, many parts of the county. You can see a site plan here that shows the surrounding uses. The site cannot be, under the exemption rules, habitat for rare, endangered, or threatened species. That tree is the entire habitat on the property. The rest is a collection of annual weeds growing through the cracks in the asphalt. And that's it. We didn't see any spotted owls or no significant habitat, useful habitat on the property. Our environmental consultant confirmed that. The project cannot result in significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. We had an independent traffic study run for this. The traffic level is very minimal. It would be actually slightly less than the number of trips that would come from putting a manufacturing use back in the site. Probably statistically equivalent to that, but slightly less. Sorry to back up. Oh, it doesn't work. Let me make the point that we're using the base of the manufacturing use as the basis for understanding impact. And so there is no significant impact for traffic based on that manufacturing use. It clearly just demonstrates that there's none. Noise. There are no sensitive receptors, residential, hospitals, other kinds of things adjacent or nearby to the site. The proposed use is not a significant generator of noise. All of the activity would be indoors. The site actually presents less potential for noise generation than the manufacturing uses that are permitted there and have historically been housed there. Air quality. No exterior construction activities, interior renovation only. And again, no exterior functioning activities, so there would be essentially no impact on air quality. Air quality impacts typically come from auto trips and or heavy industrial manufacturing processes with odors and gas emissions and so on. None of that would occur with this project. Water quality. The existing site is almost entirely covered with impervious surfaces, either building or asphalt. None of that will change. There is no change to runoff from the property. There is existing storm drainage and conveyance on the property to the existing storm drain system within the city. There are no exterior changes that would result in increases in runoff, and there are existing sanitary sewer connections, but no floor drains in the industrial property. This is something where we got pretty lucky, actually, because frequently there are floor drains and they leak, and there's a plume of effluent of some kind from those. There is none of that in this property at all. Next, the site can be adequately served by public utilities and services. And this was demonstrated during the LAFCO annexation process. Police protection in the area is adequate, as provided by the Hollister Police Department. Fire protection the same. There's a new sewer line connection that was provided around the time of the annexation in 2015. And the site's water supply is provided through a connection to an existing 12-inch water main. Perfectly adequate services. So the CEQA determination, the main reasons for applying a categorical exemption seem to apply. So let's turn for a moment to the exceptions to the exemption, and I apologize for the sort of the backwards logic of this. If the site is in a particularly significant environment, such as a known a floodway or something like that, or a agricultural growing area with particular prime soils, and I'm just sort of thinking out loud about the examples, then this exemption might not apply. It's not. It's along a highway in an industrial park. It's entirely paved. There are no exterior changes to it. It's not a sensitive environment other than maybe that tree. I would argue that exotic tree species is probably not home to any threatened, rare, or endangered species. This one says you can't do the same project over and over again and declare an exemption each time. So if I were the owner of a dirt bike track out in the valley somewhere and I wanted to have a motorcycle event, I might be able to get away with an exemption one time. But if I were going to stage that every month for 5 months or every year for 5 years, this exemption would not apply. Here we're talking about one project, one site, clearly nothing else, no successor projects on this site or anywhere in the vicinity, and so this exemption is not likely to be violated. This asks if there are unusual environmental circumstances relating to the site. The answer is no. Again, it's in an industrial park, it's paved, it's built, services are there. There's nothing unusual about the property. Where's the button? Damage to scenic resources. This is one that talks about, will the project be visible and take away from the scenic beauty of a designated scenic highway, an officially designated scenic highway. Well, San Felipe, to the best of my knowledge, is not a designated scenic highway, and the project is not near or visible from any other scenic highway. So the answer here is no. This is an exception that does not apply. And lastly, is the project listed on any hazmat or brownfield or Superfund sites? The answer again is no. We've made a records research as a part of the due diligence of this purchase and have found that there is no listing anywhere for this property, which is certainly a possibility. It could have been because of the manufacturing uses that have been there for the last 50 years, but there is none, and there are none in the immediate vicinity. So the exceptions to the exemption do not apply. And that's the end of the presentation. I would invite Mr. Prado to speak, but I'd be happy to entertain questions from the board if you have any.
Okay. As the City of Hollister rep comes to the podium, is there any questions or comments at this time from the board? No? Okay. Mr. Prado?
Yes.
Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you, Chairman Rivas, members of the Board of Supervisor. Thank you, Brent. My name is Abraham Prado, and I am with the Development Services Department for the City of Hollister. We actually processed, a little bit over a year ago, started processing the pre-zoning of this property, which eventually got annexed into the City of Hollister. And as Mr. Barnes was indicating, the use is considered a special needs use. In our housing element, we have it as a special needs use, and it's very importantly so for the community and also for housing and community developments, that it requires, as part of SB2, as was referred by Mr. Barnes, that we choose a zoning designation where it would be permitted by right. And one of the reasons why the City Council chose the North Gateway designation. North Gateway designation, as he showed on the map, is basically all along San Felipe Road between Santa Ana Road and McCloskey. So it basically ends to the north, just to the south of McCloskey Road, and to the north of that, the M1 Industrial Zoning District begins. And one of the main reasons why the City Council decided to choose the North Gateway for a permitted by right use for transitional housing, emergency shelters, is because of its proximity to the umbrella of county services located at 1111 San Felipe Road. Granted, this property at 1161 is not within the North Gateway, where it's permitted by right, but it is within the industrial, which is permitted with the conditional use permit, as stated by Mr. Barnes, and it is located as close as it can be to the 1111 San Felipe Road county services, which is a plus. So with that said, I'm here if there's any questions. I also wanted to state that in the housing element, there is a list of content. I think it's Exhibit C in the City of Hollister's housing element that states a list of potential sites for transitional housing, emergency shelter. This particular property is not within that list. However, that list is not exclusive. There can be other sites elsewhere, and just wanted to state that list in our housing element is not exclusive. So this can be a potential site. Pending submittal to the City of Hollister, the City of Hollister will process it for a conditional use permit and apply all. At that time, it would go through a discretionary permit process, and conditions of approval would be implemented as part of a resolution pending approval by the Planning Commission.
Mr. Prado, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Prado from any board members?
Mr. Chairman, one other thing.
Sure.
Mr. Prado, when was the housing element finalized, the current housing element, the city's housing element? What year?
The city's housing element was in 2009, but we are currently working as you had right before, I think it was item 24 with Mr. Turner. We also just updated it as well. We're in the process of that as well.
And the North Gateway Zone was put in place when?
It was put in place in 2009.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the property was annexed to the city in 2015. The other provisions in the general plan and the zoning code were put in place in 2009. It would not be possible for Hollister to have made a designation with regard to this property or to zone it in 2009. It was not a part of the city.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
Chairman Rivas, just wanted to reinforce what Mr. Barnes was saying in his presentation. The property, of course, as it goes through the entitlement process for a conditional use permit, we would require that findings for consistency with the general plan, and our preliminary review of it indicates that it would be consistent with the general plan. He indicated the stipulations for our zoning district and the zoning district as well. It appears that this property is also consistent with the zoning district of the City of Hollister as well.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, at this time, I think I want to open up for some public comments.
Chairman Jim. Is it Jim Darcy?
Dazzle.
I'm sorry?
Dazzle.
Dazzle. Should have worn my glasses.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Good afternoon. I'm kind of here speaking on behalf as a member of the Hollister Concerned Citizens Group. And over the course of the last 18 to 24 months, this issue has been a point of discussion at numerous meetings and private meetings with city council folks and board of supervisor individuals. It's moved from various potential locations and sites, the McCluskey Road and County Hospital site and Fallon Road site and what have you, and it's landed here at on San Felipe Road, 1161, I believe. Through that course of conversation and communication, I didn't find an awful lot of transparency with respect to meetings and thoughts and directions. Word gets out and travels pretty quick and quiet in a small community, but the transparency issue I can't necessarily agree with. And we heard a little bit about transparency this morning earlier about where we want government to be. That said, I'm going to move on and not make too much of an issue on that. But I think that you've got a tough decision before you, and it's been long, probably overdue. And I don't think there's really anybody in this room that is against trying to find a solution to the homeless situation, not only in San Benito County, but across the United States and in California. It's a sad state of affairs. But that said, I think I'd like to be allowed to just say that although you have a tough decision to make, maybe today, maybe not, but there are a lot of reasons why I feel that this is not the best location. There will be a definite encroachment on commerce, industry, Go Kids School, production agriculture, and agribusiness. I think the capital investment of this facility is excessive. I think the retrofit cost is excessive. I don't think there's any real long-term plan. Mr. Barnes has indicated that the Phase 2 will be out there possibly, and that's the plan. the county is going to rely on an outside consultant or management firm to organize and make sure that it's a 24/7, 7-day-a-week facility. I don't think there's really too much of a problem with respect to the individuals staying at night, but what happens in the daytime. And as a taxpayer, I think that this board needs to be conscious of the original federal money that was granted to San Benito County and the city of Hollister to put this together. And I would appreciate your well thought out decision-making ability to spend the taxpayers' dollars wisely and get the biggest bang for the buck. Thank you for listening.
Emery Smith?
Doesn't look like he's here.
Not here. Misty Blair?
Good afternoon. My name is Misty Blair, and I'm a guest at the warming shelter. It has impacted my life greatly. It provides services to help you get a job. They provide you with classes for how to do a resume. And I feel the day shelter, opening that up, would a lot of people would benefit from it, having unemployment there, and mental health there, all in one location. So it makes it easier for them, because a lot of us don't have a vehicle or don't have a way, in always having to rely on somebody to take them. And I think a lot would be done there, and it would be a positive place for them, something for them to look forward to have hope, being able to get the help that they needed right then and there. And that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Paul Gutierrez?
Good afternoon, board members, as well as people in attendance today. My name is Paul Gutierrez. I run the security firm that handles the security over at the warming shelter at 3235 Southside Road. I was asked to speak today based off of my experience working with the population, as well as the potential move to a different location and some of the challenges that brings. As we heard earlier from the gentleman to my right here, there is going to be a better location, a more contained facility than what we have currently over at the warming shelter at the migrant camp. Because I have the security firm, I work closely with Sheriff's Department out there, and it is a wider area. There are more than one camps currently. We have the warming shelter as well as the homeless coalition. So we have a wider area. So moving to a different location would be a huge benefit, especially if my company has that contract. It's more contained, it's a better facility, we can offer more services. Leading into the services portion, a lot of the guests have to go, like Missy had said, from one side of town to the other to receive services. We noticed that these services are beneficial, and we do need them a lot more better located to the warming shelter. The reason why is because we do have a lot of guests that have needs that need to be addressed multiple times during the week. We do offer rides up to the county building so they can receive those services. But being a one-stop shop is going to be huge, huge for those guests, because then they have the support from not only the county employees, security, because we work really closely hand in hand to provide these services for these guests, but knowing that we're all in the same facility and we can actually work closely with behavioral health to discuss, possibly resources and stuff we can offer our guests. I do understand the issues that some people have here in opposition. If the one thing that I have come to realize with this experience here is, even though there is farmland and stuff, and that is some of the concerns of, the school, there's a First Five out there. There are other lands out there that people are concerned about. We have done very well in transporting guests from Southside Road into town. Wherever they need to go, we do them, take them to the county building, we take them to Linda Lampy's place, we take them to McDonald's or wherever they need to go. So I've noticed that that's the one thing people are concerned about is, where are they going to go during the day? How are they going to get there? That obviously is a challenge, right? And that's what we're here to figure out, is how to make this work with this challenge. That's something we need to get to. And if you let me just 10 more seconds, I think if we all can actually, like the opposition, I feel that I understand where they're coming from. If you can get to see where they're at now versus where we're going, you'll see that there is a huge difference, and it is a well more contained area. We can offer more services, and we can actually work closely together. And I've never seen any of the issues that have been coming up about them harassing anybody at schools or being in the fields or harassing. We don't have that issue up there. And with security as well as the county, I think that that's something we can definitely confirm that we do not see an issue happening. And I can say that. I could basically put my reputation and my business on the line for saying that.
And thank you for your comments.
So, thank you, guys.
Matthew Bidalowski.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we've addressed some of these issues previously in the prior to closed session, but given that this is the open session, I thought it was appropriate that we put the information back before the board and also give the board an opportunity to ask whatever questions. The one thing I will say I just want to say about process as well is, the board has been presented with the permit staff with a very lengthy presentation, frankly, that would have been very nice for us to be aware of a long time ago. It would have allowed for a dialogue, would have allowed for some discussion about these legal issues as well as the practical issues. I will say that I contacted the county council and asked whether they wanted to have a meeting to discuss these very issues weeks ago so that we could possibly reach some discussion points on this. And the answer was no. So we're left here with 3 minutes to present something at a time when, in fact, I think it would behoove the board to actually have a meaningful, let's say, detailed discussion with those people who are in opposition to this project, both legally, for legal reasons and for practical reasons, instead of having a 3-minute bit followed by a 45-minute presentation that was, frankly, not presented to anyone else prior to today. But with respect to some of the issues on the law, I'm going to let Ms. Kemp discuss those. I want to talk a little bit about the fact that this particular building, we all agree that homeless shelters is a legitimate use and important use. The question is location. Notwithstanding what was mentioned earlier, the city plan does not call for a shelter in this location. In fact, calls for shelters to be in locations that are more appropriate. Those locations that are closer to services, those locations that would have public transportation that's more useful, and would give the people during the day, since this shelter is not going to be open during the day, an opportunity to go places, look for jobs, etc. This particular building is placed where it doesn't belong because it doesn't serve the homeless needs there. It's an ill-conceived idea. The building, as you saw yourself, would require significant remediation. Almost certainly, it's going to have serious environmental problems. I'm not sure what kind of OSHA problems, but in terms of getting an occupancy certificate as opposed to being able to use it for industrial purposes, I think you're going to have a very difficult time going through that process. Also, the building's price, considering it is completely ill-conceived for this purpose, seems way out of proportion, several $100,000 more than it's worth. I understand there is an old hotel and an old jail, both of which would have appropriate bathroom and kitchen facilities already built in and would not have these environmental problems, all of which are within the general plan but are not being considered. And it's not clear to me why these areas aren't being considered, but these buildings represent better investments that are more reasonable cost that would serve the needs of the homeless better and serve the community better. There's also no budget, no plan for this phase 2. And although I appreciate what the gentleman just said and the woman before her about idea of there being services, and it would be nice if there were services built in, This is, again, a pie-in-the-sky dream that somehow some funding is going to come along, and during phase 2, there's going to be an opportunity to offer these services to people. As this plan is conceived now, you're spending a lot of money, well over $1 million, for a building that needs to be remediated that will not have these services.
Okay, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
So what I would say is there are a lot of issues that should be considered beyond the legal issues. And I think it would behoove the board to make sure it considers these issues carefully. And certainly we're willing to, again, have a meeting with the board or any members of the staff to discuss these issues in more detail so we can have a more detailed back and forth in a 3-minute snippet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ken Harris.
Excuse me, is there any way I could get that back up? Is that possible? There's a map I wanted to show. Is that possible?
I'll have to ask staff.
You'll have to ask staff.
Just one slide.
Mr. Chair, I think we have those maps on our, if it's the map,
Oh,
then we
perfect.
already have it on.
Not necessary. I'm not going to go flip through. Oh.
That's fine. Yeah, that's good.
Yes, hello. My name is Ken Harris. So I'll try to make this as quickly brief as possible. This property right here, okay, I just purchased. And it's, personally, I feel
You
very...
can address the board, sir.
Pardon me? I apologize. Personally, I feel a little bit hurt that some of the emails, not from any of the board members, but, people are personally attacking me that I'm not supporting the homeless. Let me tell you what I am supporting, because I do support the homeless, and no one knows my history, what I do, what I'm from, or what the purpose of anything we're doing. So myself and my company, my team, decided to look for a new office, new corporate office. And we, after long periods of time, chose this county, chose this city, with great pride. There's a word called due diligence, which I've been in business for 13 years, and I do a lot of due diligence. We went to the city. There's no disclosures. We went to the county. There's all kinds of work we did for for our project. So because of the proposed site, and I'm being very honest with you, my business is run under FDA, USDA, and Homeland Security. Okay? They're all combined to one. They're on me like a cop to a donut. Excuse me for any officers in the room. This is a very serious situation where there's a great possibility, after talking with my inspectors, that they're not going to let me occupy and do my place of business here, because they also now have taken over and put in Homeland Security, like I said. This is not for me personally, this is not a joke. And so after spending a huge amount of money and coming in and wanting to do business, truly, no disclosures from the city. I have documents on my sale. We went to the county, we went to everywhere. Nothing. So, if they don't let me open up, I have to be honest with you, kind people, who's going to pay for that? If I can't move, I purchase a building. I love what you guys are doing with the homeless situation. It is not on, I've been doing this for a year. Not one time has it come up, including my closing documents, the city, the county. We go everywhere to find out, make sure it's zoned properly, make sure I'm doing everything by the law. And then, again, I know I'm being passionate, but then I find out at 11:59 that you guys, sometimes you can do what you want, not do what you want. I apologize for that, this is my life. This is my business. And I'm not against any homeless site. What I'm against is when they say I can't do my business. Should I go to Texas? Should I leave the state of California? This is as passionate it is, and I'll wrap it up, as passionate it is for this project, there's got to be better solutions, because if I lose my business, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the speaker. I apologize.
Yes, that's right.
And because it's powerful what you're saying. We don't want you not to be able to open up. But you stated that you did your due diligence, and you located your business next to the county's Health and Human Source Agency.
Yes.
And we already have some of our clients and guests bus to those facilities to receive social services, and you have a food bank across the parking lot from us.
Yes.
What did you expect if you did your due diligence as far as we're servicing all these people anyway?
It's a great question. And so what I expected is exactly what's zoned there. There's no living here. There's no living here. There's nothing living. Nobody can house there. Nobody can. Your services are Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, as it were. Okay. That is no problem. It's existing. I understand it. No problem. But if I had known prior and gone to my inspectors and said, hey, there's going to be a living homeless shelter there, which I have, and they've told me, well, I don't know about that. And again, it's all because they have now been under Homeland Security. So I didn't expect a living facility.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Clerk.
Christine Kemp.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Christine Kemp, and I'm here representing Hollister Concerned Citizens, as well as TTM Ventures, of which Leslie Cohn and Ken Harris are owners. I met with city staff and county representatives probably 18 months ago, as Mr. Dassel mentioned. And at that time, a large group of people sat around a table and expressed tremendous concern about siting in this proximity. And the county moved on to other locations, and we believed that item had moved past San Felipe Road and would not be up again for consideration. There was no notice to the people. No one picked up the phone and called any of the people that were at that meeting that we attended, I think August, well, probably about 18 months ago. No one was notified. It was only by pure happenstance that we found out about a day before you were going to consider this that it was back on for serious consideration. You were already in contract to purchase this building. So the transparency and the concern and the outrage from the community is well placed because they have not had an opportunity to sit down. There was one meeting. Again, Ms. Cohn came. There were lots of people, but really no dialogue about what the concerns are and what the issues are. I disagree with the analysis that it is not categorically that it can be categorically exempt. The Go Kids location is a true concern that cannot be ignored. The general plan puts this in the North Gateway area. It puts it in proximity to services, and it does not say, it in fact makes the point that it's in a non-industrial area. Also, the CEQA analysis does not consider the adjacent agricultural land. TTM Ventures is going to grow farmland, crops on that, have children out there at that site. Again, that activity was not discussed at all. They've acknowledged in the city's Miller Star Regalia letter that there may be increased police services, yet that was, in the annexation, there was an indication that there would be no need for increased police services. The facility, folks are talking about a full-time facility. There's no plan for a full-time facility. This is a facility that's locked at 8 o'clock in the morning. People are out on the street. There's a reference to there's no reason why people could be concerned about loitering. It's not a 24/7 plan. At your last, I referenced this morning, and while I'm on that topic, all of the letters that I've submitted and all of the testimony that's been presented to you on March 8th and on March 22nd and at closed session this morning, I asked be incorporated. That was all presentation, public comment to your board, and all of that testimony and all of those letters need to be incorporated into the public record for your decision today. Since we have just 3 minutes, I want to incorporate all of that by reference. I also want to point out that the...
if you could please wrap up, Ms. Kemp.
Sure. The county's general plan, which you just adopted this morning, indicates that there are over 204 acres that are suitable for housing sites. The city's general plan does not designate this as one of them. It is not consistent with the general plan. There's been no notice to work with the neighbors, and it is an ill-thought-out, unplanned, underfunded, and costly experiment to the detriment of the neighbors and folks who have purchased their property reliance on an industrial zoning for an industrial use. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and then board members. I'm the owner of VB Motel, Nak Hyun. A month ago, the stormy, cold midnight, someone broke our door of a guest room and then sneaked in. I found it. I called 911. At that time, all the police officers at the scene of a traffic accident. So they finally came 30 minutes later and then arrested someone in the room. In that time, it took 30 minutes to get him out because he didn't open the deadlock inside. So all the other guests is coming out, and what happened? The police car, or 5 of them, and the police dog also there. Also, then I don't want anybody wandering around or sneaked in our place. So I want your council members and the chairman consider again the location of a homeless facility. So we are the safest place in town because we are away from home or away from town. So when I got the phone call out of a town guest, are you safe place? I always said we are very safe place and also very present place. We are away from town, and then we are very peaceful place. I can't say that one anymore because the location of a homeless facility. It's a walking distance. It's within walking distance. So I definitely oppose the opening of the homeless facility, that area. Thank you very much.
Maria Velázquez.
Once again, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Maria Velázquez. I'm the site supervisor at the San Benito Child Development Center. I'm here on behalf of Larry Dury, the executive director from Go Kids, and I'm representing my center, a center that is located 480 feet away from the homeless facility that is being proposed. We're currently serving 48 children, 48 families that come in every day. As of today, the center is been struggling financially. We're trying every month so hard to at least break even and to keep the door open for these families. But I think our biggest concern is not only the financial stuff. It is our families, and that they struggle. They work so hard to give an education to their kids and to provide a safety care for them. Families are working so hard every day to bring money into their households. We also fear for teachers and, of course, for the parents that come in every morning, early in the morning, to drop off their kids, and the parents who are picking up late in the afternoon, the same as the teachers who are opening and closing. We fear for them because of any confrontations that they may have with this homeless. Besides that, we also have our resource and referral office a few blocks away from the facility. In this office, I would say every day we have families coming with their children trying to apply for subsidized childcare. And as I said, we have families coming in every day. So I do want to thank you guys for thinking on providing services for the homeless, but I do also encourage you to think about our children and all those families that may take their children away from the program because they're going to be afraid and they're going to be concerned about the safety issue that this location is going to bring into our center and into our families. Thank you.
Leslie?
Good afternoon, everybody. First, thank you for letting us speak a lot today. I know that it's been a hard issue for everybody. Because like Ken started to tell you guys, last June we started our journey to find a headquarters. We looked all north, south. We looked in Vacaville. We looked all over the place. And we looked at hundreds of buildings, and we did our due diligence exhaustively. And we met with planning departments and building departments and health departments so we could find the right location for our facility. And, it's just amazing to me. We fell in love with this location. We were so excited. We thought there's so much hope and so many great people. We could have access to wonderful community things and become a part of a community. And we took possession of our building. We bought it in October. We took possession in February. And the first day of possession, we go into rooms where people are yelling and screaming at us that we're bad people because we want to be home. We want this to be our home. And I think I'm kind of sitting here listening to all sides of this, and I realize you guys have a really hard situation here because really it's what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Do you, and it's classic chicken and egg because you're sitting here saying, let's buy a building, but we don't have funding yet. We don't have a plan yet. We're kind of still muddling through it. We're going to put an RFP out there. We might or might not get folks to do these services, but there is no budget yet. And as someone who has to seriously be concerned, and all these folks are giving you the whole myriad of concerns, I think it boils down to the simple thing is that now we're sitting here making a decision to spend $1 million for a grant that we have also kind of violated the first grant. Now we're going after the second potential grant for another phase. These right now at the HHS service building, it's an admin office largely. It doesn't have these services. It wants these services. Great, but they're not done yet. They're not funded yet. And so to go out and spend $1 million of HHS budget to buy this building and then potentially have no funding come through, because a quote came to me while I was sitting there, the best laid plans of mice and men often go awry. We don't have the second phase of this funding in our hands. We don't even have an operating budget. We've asked for it a couple times. The Business Council has. We have. Show us how much money you've already raised to operate this, to have that wonderful security man there and his team. We don't see any of those numbers, but we see a lot of back and forth about a building. And I go back to, again, chicken, egg. Do you buy a building first without a plan, or do you get funding and a plan and have a really well thought out thing and then get the Business Council and get the community all jazzed about this because it's helping an important sector of our society? But you have no plan, you have no budget, and yet you're going to spend $1 million. We just heard everyone arguing over a $10,000 bill with one of the vendors. This city does not have that much money to just throw around without having the operating budget in place so that we make sure this is done right and not an ill-conceived project. That's all we're asking for here, is that it be done in the right place, the right way. That's all. Thank you.
No more speaker cards.
Anyone else from the public wishing to address the board on this matter? Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board for additional questions, comments, recommendations.
Mr. Chairman, if I might add just one thing briefly. I'd like to read from an excerpt from the Hollister zoning code, the definition of a public school elementary. And you recall that there's a provision that, and I'm reading from the zoning code, small temporary residential shelter, large temporary residential shelter, located at least 1,000 feet from another STRS or LTRS, 500 feet from a public park, a public or private K-12 school. So a public school, an elementary school, is the definition that's in here in the zoning code. Public and private elementary, middle, and junior high school schools serving kindergarten through 8th or 9th grade students, including denominational and sectarian. The Go Kids facility, to my knowledge, does not fall within that. I'd be happy to answer any question about that. You might direct that to council as well. I believe that Mr. Riding Sword has one brief additional announcement.
So I was reminded, as we've been going through this process, we've been having continuing discussions with the state funders on this and have presented to them what the board is going to do and have talked to them about what are the conditions that we need to meet in order to have the funding released to us. And they have gone over those conditions, and we are convinced that those conditions can all be met. And if the board takes positive action today, then we'll start tomorrow going through those conditions with the state, and we expect that approval to come back to the county within a few weeks. I'd also like to comment on it was termed a $1 million loan. There's some options there for the board. One option is that we can go ahead and use available funding, to move forward with this, and then get reimbursed. It will take some weeks for that to happen. Second option is we can not use available funding, and we can request from the state that we get a advance on the funds before we start to work. That will delay things by some period of time. So it's kind of, what we want to do here. But just to let you know that we have been in conversation. We have been working. We're ready to move forward on this. And we await the board's decision.
Thank you, Jim. I have a couple comments. I mean, this has been a very exhausting and a difficult issue for the board. I recall when we revisited this issue, must have been at the end of 2015, to go from the south side location, and I was a proponent of Flynn Road because it made sense. We owned the property. We would have saved money on acquiring land and an existing building, but then I got a call from Ken Lindsay and was vilified for being anti-business. I'm not anti-business. No one on this board is anti-business. But this is I have my reservations about this location. I've certainly had that discussion with staff and with my colleagues, and the reservations I have are the fact that we are expending a lot of money for the building. A lot of work needs to be done. I do have my concerns about that was addressed at the podium about an operating budget. But the most challenging part to me is you could type in homeless center on Google and you'll get 1,000 articles on how local residents in various communities don't want in their backyard. And that's what's exhausting. This is a small community. And what I've heard over the last 2 years is we all care about the homeless, but people leave out the second part. We don't care about them enough. We don't care about them enough to put them, to accommodate them. And I don't know what to do. As I'm just one board member, but I don't know what to do. Where do we turn next? Do we look for a different location? And everyone is always, always says, they always say the right things. We want to help. We want to do this, but I don't see it, unfortunately. When we had the Flynn Road and this board moved to not choose the Flynn Road option, Mr. Lindsay said, "Hey, we'll help you." He hasn't helped. It's just very challenging because I believe that as a board and as a community, we have to ask ourselves what are our social and ethical responsibilities to help the homeless? What are our social and ethical responsibilities to help rehabilitate the homeless? I think that location is ideal for us because we have existing services there. But I agree with a lot with that, of what was said is, I do have the questions, about the facility. I think, and I've shared and expressed my concern with staff, I think that the potential exposure to litigation moving forward is real. And that's my hesitation and concern of, and why I don't think I can support this action today. So, I've said my piece. Supervisor Patel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, the time for the public comment's been closed.
You know, as it's been stated many times before, this is a very difficult issue for this board to manage. And over a period of time, we have gravitated to different locations and for one reason or another decided to rule them out, and we're back at 1161 San Felipe Road. And as I mentioned earlier this morning, one of the reasons I enjoy this job as a county supervisor is trying to provide services and help to people. And I truly believe that once we have a permanent facility, we're going to be able to help people, San Bernardino County citizens that have had the misfortune of living on the street. And, for the most part, the people that I've met that are homeless, and I've taken a lot of time to meet some of them, is that they just need a helping hand. I don't view them as criminals. I view them as people that need services. And this facility, we have to get on with it. This has been going on since 2013. We looked at Southside Road. One reason or another, people are persuaded us to look for another location. We evaluated a lot of locations over a lot of public meetings, over a lot of time, and we're back to 1161 San Felipe Road, where I truly, truly believe that this is going to be a center. It's going to identify people, what their issues and problems are, help them with those to overcome that. We're going to, as the director stated, this is the first part of getting them into a transitional housing off the streets, which is better for them individually and for their families and better for our whole community. I don't think that, as far as, Mr. Dazzle brought up a good point, what happens during the day. What happens during the day now, we don't know. They're wandering when that warming center closes, they're all over, and we have no accountability of it. If we have a permanent shelter, we're helping those people, and we're directing them into areas that hopefully they help themselves and move on to a better life. A few months ago, I told this story to the board before. I was out on my street. I have an apple orchard in San Juan Valley, and this guy has a truck, and he was unloading. And I had a chance to talk to him on the side of the road. And he told me that he was homeless. I didn't have any idea, but this came up during a conversation, and he made a mistake. I don't particularly recall what his mistake was. Ended up in jail, came out of jail. Nobody's there to help him, had nowhere to go. Well, he found his way to Health and Human Services, got the help he needed, and he has a very productive job in our community, driving truck. That's a livable wage, and that is what I want to do. I think everybody that spoke that is in opposition of this particular location wants to do this, but they're concerned about their property. The gentleman with the hotel doesn't want to meet up with somebody breaking into one of his rooms, and I don't blame him. If we have a center, a shelter, that's not going to happen. And that's what I think our goal needs to be. It's time to make this decision and move on. I do have confidence in our staff that we do have a plan. I have confidence in our community that they will step up, as they always have, to assist in providing, a path. And I'm ready to make a decision on this today. But with, the commitment to the neighbors there is I view this as more of a mayor's house type of facility, more of a my father's place type of facility, not where I'll get out at 8 o'clock and go camp on the street or what have you. We're not looking for that. I think our energies are better spent not paying this guy who's our lawyer, not paying that lady who's their lawyer, but coming together as a community. And that's where I'm at with this thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Munzer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was said that we needed to work with the Business Council and the EDC. We have worked with them. When we were viewing the Flint Road, the EDC came to us and said, it would be detrimental to business community if we were to use the Flint Road site. We heard from the city representative that they designated the North Gateway area as potential homeless shelter site because of its proximity to the county services on San Felipe Road. We heard from our staff that the homeless are already coming to the Health and Human Services agencies and behavioral health agencies. They come for the community pantry. This is just a continuation of what's already been happening. The reasons I was against many of the other sites that we considered is because they weren't in proximity to the services for the needy. And that's why I've been in favor of this site, because it is right next door to the services that we're trying to provide and that we're already providing at that site. And I just want to reiterate that we have worked with the business community trying to decide on a site. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Munzer. Supervisor Barrios.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to say that I don't have difficulty with this making a decision, doing something for our homeless community. I have no problem doing that. What I have difficulty with is sitting up here and doing nothing. And I think we're at a point where we have to do something. Is there a threat of litigation? Absolutely. Everything that we do up here has a threat of litigation. But I want to thank staff. I think they have done an exceptional job of doing their due diligence, and they have given us, the board, the confidence to make a decision today. We've given this a lot of thought. We have not taken this lightly. We have been doing this for years now. And I think it's time. It's time that we address the issue that was brought forth to us from the entire community long ago, that we needed to do something. Where, you know what, I'm ready to do something. And I want to say that if this board makes a decision to move forward and buy this property, I want to invite our neighbors openly right now to come to the table with us, to be part of what they perceive to be a problem, that they be a part of the solution. I think that together we can work and make a difference on how we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to elaborate or continue what my fellow supervisors said. I think excellent on point. I'm going to bring it from a personal touch. I was one of those that I did agree that some of these members of the community did come from outside our community, but boy, was I wrong. I actually took a couple of tours, and I actually saw them. They were my friends from school. They were actually my kids, my brothers and sisters' friends that actually called me by first name. Hey, Jaime, how are you? And it saddened me to know that they were actually down by the river. They were homeless. And sometimes I asked the question. There were a lot of common denominators: drug abuse, just that one bad luck, lost a job. And I'm saying to myself, boy, I could be that next person. And I just said, There's nothing that I cannot do. I'm going to work hard to make sure we can provide a facility or help them out. And that's why I'm here today, Mr. Chair, to move forward. And we've spent a lot of time, a lot of resources, and I'm just a little disappointed from a constructive criticism that the business councils and the business community is not up here at the podium supporting us, because they themselves said, move it somewhere else, consider somewhere else, and we'll be out in the front helping and supporting you. No one came to the podium in support of the board. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you for your comment, Supervisor. I do have one question for staff. I just want to pose a hypothetical. We purchase the building. Say we get challenged and we lose. What happens?
We have had that discussion with the state funders. And basically, as I explained to you before, there are certain conditions that we need to meet, which we can meet. And if we have met those conditions, they are going to, give us the funding to move forward. They'll release the funds. And they have said that once we have done that, then that building now belongs to the county. And they're not going to be, because we have met their conditions, they're not going to be coming back on us and saying we need your money back. They said we've had this experience in other communities, so we know that there's always going to be issues as you move forward. So their goal is that we meet the conditions, and we can do that.
So if we are, Jim, if we vote to proceed, are we able to do the work that we need to do even though we're being challenged in court?
As far as I understand, that's the conversations that I've had with Brent and the others, we can move forward and we can begin to do the things that we need to do, and we can then begin to identify someone who's going to manage that facility, and we can then begin to identify how we're going to build that out. If we move in a fashion that allows us to apply for the next cycle of funding, that's an opportunity for us. But there are numerous opportunities for funding out there, including I sat in a presentation last Thursday, I think it was, where the legislature is actually wanting to put up an additional $200 million in California for housing and homeless services. So it's just how things are falling right now. There's money called whole person care that's coming down that basically we just need to fill out an application and get it. There's funding from emergency shelter grants that we've been using out at the winter shelter. We could now use it over here. So at least the analysis that we've done, we've identified enough funding sources that will more than pay for this. And if we decide to go in the direction of having, a provider come in to manage this for us, then I think we can move down the road on that and have that done within the resources that we have available.
Hey, thanks, Jim. Appreciate it. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
I will make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we approve this per staff recommendation and the resolution number, Clerk of the Board.
Resolution is 2016-25.
And include Resolution 2016-25.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm opposed, so 4-1 carries. So at this time, we'll take a 5-minute break. County Administrative Office. Look to Mr. CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, item number 28 on our agenda will be today requesting your board to approve a proclamation declaring May 2016 as a Water Awareness Month and receive a presentation from Sean Novak from our Water Resource Association from San Benito County. So, Sean.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors, audience members. My name is Sean Novak. I'm with the Water Resources Association, San Benito County. My agency represents the city of Hollister, the city of San Juan Bautista, the Sunny Slope County Water District, and the San Benito County Water District for all their conservation, and water resource protection programs. Each year I come to the Board of Supervisors and I request that you proclaim May as Water Awareness Month. The reason we do that is because that's the start of our irrigation season, and with residential water use, over 50% of your water is used outside. So you can see when you look at the water use over a year regarding the urban area, it's like a bell curve. It starts in June, you see it climbing up and peaks out in July and August and goes back down in September. So we always like to take a moment in May before that irrigation season starts and remind people how important it is not to waste water. Well, this year, instead of bringing the proclamation, after 4 years of drought and it's affected us so deeply, I wanted to give you kind of a high-level view of where we've been, where we are now, and where we're going. So let me move on here. If you look at the slide here, you can see the annual rainfall that we received since 2012. Now, our rain year goes from October 1st to September 30th, just so you know that. And you can see our average rainfall is about 13 inches in our county here. So we're way below what our average rainfall has been. The good news is this rain year, starting October 1st, 2015, I just pulled a rain gauge report off our weather station at the San Benito County Water District. We're right at about 13.5 inches of rain. So it's a normal year, okay, which is good. But, for the last 2 years, we've been hearing about this monster El Nino that's going to take us out of drought. Well, it didn't. It's just a very normal year for us. And the same way in the Sierras as well. We got a good snowpack, but it's about 95% of average. So the other thing that we depend on besides our rain is our imported water from the Central Valley Project. And you can look at the allocation since 2012 was the last year that we got close to a big allocation. Then you can see that ag the last 2 years has got a zero allocation for water. So they've been pumping our groundwater basin to help grow crops. So that's had an impact. And then you can look at the municipal and industrial, which is mainly for city use. You can see that's been cut down as well. So basically, we've been limiting off our groundwater basin. Now, to make up for those last 4 years of drought, we have gotten 23 inches of rain to make up for that, and we're at 13 inches. So the point I'm trying to make is, we see the green hills, we see the snow, we see water in the San Benito River. The drought's not over. We have to be diligent with our water supply, okay? And you can see that our groundwater basin, we need about 20,000 acre-feet of water a year to keep it just in balance. The last couple of years, we've used 40,000 acre-feet. So it's just like a bank account. If you're taking out money and not putting anything in, we're going to reach an end to that, okay? So we're in good shape right now as compared to other areas of the state as far as our groundwater basin. It was full about 5-6 years ago. But as I say, we've been living off that the last few years, and we have seen the elevations drop quite a bit, but we're above our historic lows, which is very good. Now, we have to keep improving our ability to cope with droughts because if you listen to the climate experts and meteorologists, we're going to see big changes with warmer temperatures and variable precipitation, less snowpack. And you got to know that our population keeps growing. Right now we're about 38 million in the state. We're going to go up to about 60 million by 2050. And water is a finite resource. And as I sat here today, the one bad thing about doing a presentation today, usually when I do a proclamation, you have me at the beginning of the day. So I sat here today, and I'm number 28 on the agenda here, and I was listening to all the things going on. And water is a component of everything you talked about today. So we all know how critical it is for our area, economic growth, vitality, all those good things, just for our way of life. So what do we need to do? We need more water storage. Here, we need primarily groundwater storage. We need conjunctive use of water, so when we do have wet years, we can take water from reservoirs and put it into our groundwater basin. We need to reduce the demand. That's my job. And I just want to say, too, I'm very proud of our community this last year. We didn't issue one violation. We had to remind people that, we did have these regulations in place. But, during the summer months, we saw 34, 35, 36% reductions from what was being used in 2013. And, I'm just, we didn't have to bang people over the head. People get it about water here because of our connection to the land with agriculture and everything. So we're very, very fortunate to have that. But some of the projects we're working on, I'm really excited. We're going to start using recycled water here quite a bit coming up in this summer. So that's about ready to go online. And we're seeing a lot of regional coordination and cooperation among the agencies. When I first came on board in 2004, everybody was insular. Nobody was talking to anybody. And now, they're working together. And some of that's by economic necessity, but it's also say, hey, we're all sharing the same water. Let's work together. So what are we doing locally here for the future? You can see the Hollister Urban Area Water Project. It will provide better quality water because that's a lot of people complain about the taste of our water and what it does to their fixtures and appliances. Well, the mineral count is going to be reduced once we get these plants up and running, which will be at the end of 2017. The biggest things to me, though, is we're going to be checking our groundwater basin more by discharging better quality water back into our groundwater basin after it's cleaned up at the reclamation plant. And as is evident by these last few years, we depend on that groundwater basin so much, so we need to take better care of it. And then the other great thing about that is we're having the recycled water. We're going to get about 1,100 acre-feet this first year here, which, it doesn't sound like a lot, but, 1 acre-foot of water is 325,000 gallons of water. So that's a lot of water. Then, of course, water conservation. It's a new world for water. Californians in our community have been really good about stepping up and reducing their water use during droughts. But I'm afraid it's a way of life now because you saw the population growth. You saw the climate change variable in there. So we have to use water, treat it with a lot more respect, and don't waste it. And that's how we can help. Some other things we got going on right now is the Urban Water Management Plan. The state asked that we update this document every 5 years. And so we're in the process of that right now. It should be completed in July of this year. And it helps plan our resources and what water supplies we have and can we meet the demand on those. So I know everything you talked about today is kind of tied to that. So these are some documents that are being worked on now, which we'll have a draft out in June for everybody to look at. And then another thing that we're doing is a master plan update where all the agencies, Sunny Slope, City of Hollister, and San Benito County Water District are looking like, okay, what improvements do we need to make, in the future? What are the costs? How are we going to phase those in? How are they going to fit with the existing infrastructure? So there's some real thought and analysis going on right now. It's a public type of thing where the public can be involved if they have questions, which we will have notices about. So, we're at a big change right now with the way we handle our water for the county. I'm really excited about it because I think everything we're doing is going to be for building a stronger future. So the main message I want to get today, because it's so hard when you see those green hills, to realize we're still in a drought. Okay, so the immediate action for everybody is to conserve water wherever you can. My agency can help you with that. And we have just a second here. I wanted to see if I can get this going here. I'm not going to let me do it.
Is it a link?
Yes, it is.
Let me see if I can.
Yeah. I can just click on it with the left. I was using the right there, so. Sorry. We got it. Hopefully we got sound, Louis.
Let's just put it a little.
This is just, bear with me. This is like a 2-minute thing.
It does have sound.
Oops.
Gee, 20.
with
My
your internet
computer
here.
does that a lot.
Anyway, the point is we just have to be so efficient with our use of water right now and in the future. But my agency is here to help you. Let me flash that up on the screen here. This is our contact information. We have a lot of information on our website. That's our phone number here. So if anybody in the audience watching at home wants to call us, all those things that mentioned as far as if you have an older toilet, we have free toilets for you. If your toilet's older than 92, it flushes from 3.5 to 7 gallons per flush. The new ones flush 1.28 gallons per flush. So right there you can make a huge difference. We have low-flow shower heads we can give you. This is all free services that we can give to the people that we service. We have faucet aerators. We can come install all these in your house, the faucet aerator and the shower head. We give you a hose nozzle to use outside that has a shutoff valve on it. We can come look at your irrigation system, make minor adjustments and provide you with recommendations, set your irrigation controller, look at your water softener if you have one, make sure it's adjusted properly, and just help you. If you want to redo your landscape, we have free landscape plans. We have 3 different designs. We have a lot of information. I am a local resource here to help you use water efficiently. Be glad to come into classrooms, service organizations, talk to you about our water supply, things that are happening. But, you know, I'm passionate about this because, like I said, everything we've talked about today, there's some component of water, so we have to take care of our water supply. And I think we're on the right path, but we just have to be really diligent this summer because we're not out of the woods yet. So thank you for today, and I hope I'm still going to submit to you to proclaim May as Water Awareness Month. All right?
Yeah. So, Sean, thanks for the report. We always enjoy hearing from you. Are there any comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, this wasn't my thought, somebody else's thought, but I'm going to ask it. Does the county water district, San Benito County Water District, include the Pacheco Pass District in their water plan?
Well, that's on your mind. It's not part of my service area, but they call it Reach 1 up there. They are looking. I know the San Benito County Water District in Santa Clara have been up to meet with the Pacheco Pass reservoir area up there, and they're looking at it right now. I think it was just like a couple weeks ago. So you can call the district manager, Jeff, and he can give you the whole scoop of what they've been doing. But they are looking at it. It does have some benefits for our area.
It does. I figured as much. So
yeah, but I don't know all the particulars about what needs to be done to maintain it and the whole managing of that area.
Well, I think more than anything is, do we rely on that water as part of our
groundwater recharge,
groundwater source.
Yeah, a little bit, but it could have some importance to us, and I know they're looking at it now and doing some analysis, so it's premature for me. Yeah, it's premature for me to comment on that.
Okay.
But there are some plans. They're looking at that North County area, potentially being a groundwater bank. So when we do have a wet year, we can ship water out there, let it soak in, and then use it during dry years. So they're looking. The key thing in water management right now is what they call the diverse portfolio, where you just don't have one thing for your water supply. You have several. So we have imported, we have groundwater, we have recycled water, and now we're looking like at a groundwater bank. And I know the district looks at buying water out on the open market, but it's so expensive to buy water out there. It's crazy. So anyway, it's just this diverse approach that we're going to have to look at as far as our water supply in the future. And what everybody can do, like I said, is use water efficiently. That's the thing.
Yeah, if I could add to that a little bit, the Pacheco water system, which I'm a property owner out there, but I can't sit on that board since I'm not a resident. I've looked into it a long time ago. But that fresh water that comes in and it's perked and utilized in that North County area is important in the fact that it dilutes the boron issue and problems that plagues the North County. So that's why it's so important.
It has value.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
But
So I know that we're here to approve a proclamation declaring May 2016 as Water Awareness Month. So I'll certainly entertain a motion for that.
I'll make a motion to proclaim Water Awareness Month for May 2016.
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you, Supervisor.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
And we have a
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention, too, this Saturday in front of the Briggs Building, there's going to be a plant sale. It's the Hollister Downtown Association. We're going to have some low water use plants there. I'll have a booth there with information about water conservation, and we're also sponsoring.
What time on Saturday?
It starts about 9 o'clock, a.m. in the morning till 2 p.m. in the afternoon. There's a composting class that's at 9 o'clock till 12 noon that day. It's $20, but if you go, you get a free compost container from Recology. So it should be a fun time, too.
Yeah, Sean, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we wanted to present this proclamation, Water Awareness Month for May 2016. And as your presentation to the board and to the public so noted, we're not out of the drought.
No.
And we had a very average rainfall year, average, for the monsoon did not come from El Nino. And speaking from the agricultural industry, we have a zero allocation so far for 2016.
They announced a 5% last week.
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay.
5%, that's news.
5%.
Well, 5% means a lot. And but there's out in the unincorporated areas with my well, I've noticed a significant drop in water level in the San Juan Basin. And that has a profound impact on a number of things, water quality and availability of water for a lot of folks. And this is an important proclamation, and that's why we waited for you to come out on
like
item 28.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
Sean, for your patience.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sean. All right, so moving on, item 29, County Administrative Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just like the CBOs this last year during the budget process, concerning our economic and budget for economic development, your board has requested us to actually come back with a report, which we're here today to consider that and to consider what the funds that we've actually put into the budget and what's that doing for us for a county perspective. So with that being said, I'm going to pass this on to Melinda, and then Melinda can go ahead and introduce to everybody.
Good afternoon. So early in this fiscal year, 15-16, you allocated $25,000 to 3 different organizations to work under the auspice of economic development. And part of the requirement of those contracts is that each of those organizations would come back to your board at some time during the fiscal year and report to you how they're spending the allocation that you authorized for them. You allocated $18,000 to the Chamber of Commerce, $5,000 to the Economic Development Corporation, and $2,000 to the Monterey County Business Council. And so 2 of them are here today. Unfortunately, Julie had a meeting that she had to attend, and so she's going to be coming back on April 10th to present her presentation. I thought it was timely to have those organizations come to you at this time. One, because they've had their allocation and they've had a chance to put their plan into operation, and so now they're able to present to you how their plan is working. And then also we are entering the fiscal year 16-17 budget, and so again this item will be for your board come budget hearing time. So I would like to ask Aaron Johnson from the Economic Development Corporation to come up and give his presentation. And then after that, Terry Williams will, from the Monterey County Business Council will give her presentation.
Thanks, Melinda. Mr. Chair, board members. My name is Aaron Johnson. I'm with I'm here on behalf of the San Benito County Economic Development Corporation. As a reminder, you guys awarded us $5,000 to do a strength, weakness, opportunity, threats analysis addressing specific elements of your general plan, the financial element of the general plan. We've convened some technical folks already. I should add that the $5,000 obviously had to be matched by other private funding to get the effort going. And so we have gathered some technical experts. We have a draft SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunity analysis plan out there that was actually presented last Tuesday to the Planning Commission General Plan group. and we will be convening the task force of community members to go over that document that's in draft form right now. There'll be about 3 more meetings, and then we will present to you recommendations on a short list. That's our goal, is to give you a short list of recommendations of strengths, opportunities, threats, weaknesses that we can go forward with, so that we can get consensus across the county of what are the top priorities we need to work on to increase economic development in the area. The challenge will be getting you guys a short list with with such diverse opinions in the county. And I should add, opportunity struck this past year that CalEd has a grant where they'll come out and they'll actually come do a review your problem statement of your county for economic development, and they will look at our SWOT analysis this coming June 8th and 9th, and we'll be surveying people in the community. So all those things seem to coordinate pretty nice. So you're getting a lot of bang for your buck of that $5,000 you awarded us. Does the board have any questions?
Any questions from members of the board?
No.
We thank you for waiting in the audience. Through all this
No problem, and I'm sure you appreciate having a no action item today.
No. Thanks so much.
It's definitely a strength on that analysis, the leadership of this community, and a high-speed internet's going to be an opportunity, I think.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't believe that requires any decision from our board. So now we'll move to item.
No, we have one more presentation, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Come on, everyone.
Too long.
Thank you so much. Chairman, supervisors, it's been a delightful day for me. I applaud you. Your more than difficult decisions that you've made. Greetings from Monterey County Business Council. Brian would be here today, but it's really difficult to clone all 3 of us, although I've tried. I really didn't know what format that you do your reporting, so I put this together with the idea that I would remind you what we told you we would do and where we're at on our goals. So on the second page, we told you that we would do a 2-hour presentation and then one-on-one counseling to your businesses who felt that they could use some additional counseling. Since we were awarded this in September, I tried very hard to do a luncheon leaders, but it was canceled, and then that was disappointing, but I didn't give up. So I have worked with the State Department, and for those of you who may not know, the state of California has gone with a new e-procure. It's with Fiscal. They did have BidSync, and this will be better. BidSync, more times than not, would try to elicit additional dollars out of our businesses. And so finally, I've been able to get the state. They have committed. We're going to be doing this on May the 19th. Wayne Gross, myself, and we are doing this in combination with your San Benito County Business Council. And we're well on our way. Hopefully we'll have it on Eventbrite soon for you. Unfortunately, because it is in the future, we're not to 100%. We're only at 30%, but we're on our way. The second thing was to increase San Benito businesses' awareness of our Procurement Technical Assistance Center. I did a direct mailing to 65 businesses that typically contract in your area. Unfortunately, none of them were returned as they had left your area. Then we invited numerous business to our Eggs and Issues. Not a real popular thing. Starts at 7:30 in the morning in Monterey. But hey, I have to tell you, there were a numerous amount of San Benito businesses at our second one, which was tax credits through employment training, and I got to sit by a whole table of your folks, so that was kind of fun for me. The third goal I just threw in there just because I thought you might be interested, and that is I've done a lot of research on San Benito County, and in project year 15, your county received $138,699,663 contracts. And those contracts are 183 awards. I did this research through usspend.gov, and the whole idea is if we know who we are and we know who our business is, we can help them even better. So I put a little list of actually what businesses in San Benito County contributed to that large number there. You have a company actually based out of Italy, but they do have a presence here, Trend BV, and their contract was with the Department of Defense Navy. Alpha Technova Inc., their contract was with Health and Human Services. The Collision Center, unfortunately, they were on a task order. It's not been completed, but hopefully will be. Dassel's Petroleum. I think I met a Dassel's gentleman here today. He has a small contract with the Department of Interior. DK Turbines with NASA. International Horticulture, which I happen to know these because I lived and worked in the state of Oregon. And they do have offices there. They had a contract with the USDA Forest Service. Of course, the bulk of the contracts that you see here were with Pacific Scientific Energetic Materials, and their contracting was with the Department of Defense Navy. And your last one, which is a very interesting business, very delightful people to talk to, is Prosthetic Solutions, and they have a contract with the Veterans Administration. So I did a little bit of summary, not too much different from what I've already shared with you, and then just put a listing of the two board members that represent Hollister, and they are Wendy from PG&E, just in case, just a little reminder there. And do you have any questions?
Any questions?
We're on our way. We're not there yet.
Any questions or comments from members of the board?
I just want to say that 2000 went a long ways.
Yeah, it did.
Well, I like to see you get your money's worth. And besides that, during the lunch period, I got to visit your library. Oh, awesome library, delightful staff.
Thank you.
We should have this young lady do our general plan.
Yes.
Well, I wanted to say, if you need some help for the homeless, I've written a lot of grants. And so if you got something going, just give Brian a call. He loves to sell me.
Take her card, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your time. Are those all the presenters, Melinda?
I just wanted to say real quickly, Aaron mentioned the Cal Ed grant. That's going to be happening on June 8th and 9th. There was a lot of county members, city members from San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister, the Downtown Association, Chamber of Commerce, Aaron Economic Development Corporation. Anyways, it appears to be a very interesting and has a lot of potential in looking at the economic development of the entire county. So just in case you weren't aware of that, that's June 8th and 9th, where they come down and they bring a group of people with them, and they study the whole entire county as to what opportunities we have in economic development. So it should be a very, I'm very interested to see what the turnout and the results are going to be of that program. So anyways, unfortunately, Julie was not able to be here. I offered to have her come back on May 10th to do her presentation to you also. So any questions, comments, concerns?
Any additional questions, comments? Nope. All right.
And I would like to thank them very much for waiting the entire day.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, if I may as well, just add one. And just on the opening comments, you did request a report back for the CBOs, so we will be coming back to you, I think, at our special board meeting and possibly the next board meeting with some more reports out.
Yeah. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Ray. So moving on to item 30, to our clerk, auditor, and recorder, Mr. Gonzalez, for approval of a contract for independent fiscal auditing services with Galena LLP for the period of April 12, 2016 through June 30th, 2021.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Before I get into that item, I wanted to kind of give you a quick update on the status of the CAFR submission. The members of the audit committee already know that the CAFR was successfully completed and submitted by the March 31st deadline to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse and to the State Controller's Office. So, we live another day on as far as the CAFR being completed, and grants are not in danger of not being received because that report is filed timely. But as part of that process that the audit committee had ordered was that in December 15, I know in the report it was indicated as December 16, but that hasn't come yet. The audit committee directed me and my office to create an RFP for audit services, and we did that. And there were actually four firms that responded to the RFP. The amounts that they had responded with were varied considerably. The highest responder was $125,000 for the first year, and it ranged in that range. There was another for $100,000 and another for $103,000, so they were very close. But Galena, who had been the predecessor auditor to our current auditor, had responded with a much lower fee of only $55,975. And I can only guess that the reason why they were able to provide such a low fee is because they're familiar with this county, and they're familiar with the work that the county has completed. All of our CAFRs are on the website, sbcvote.us. It can be that CAFR can be found through the county website, cosb.us, and so that is why I believe the Galena LLP was able to provide such a low cost estimate.
I have one quick question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are they familiar with the changes with the ERP that we have in our financial reporting system? Is that going to throw a wrench into how they compile the information?
Not really. They've already basically initiated the work by asking us, hey, give us a copy of your chart of accounts, your working trial balance, send it to us so we can initiate the process of creating the work papers that they need to provide as part of their evidence that they're conducting an audit. And, they don't really, they're really not concerned with that. They're really concerned with, can they verify independently that those transactions occurred, that those revenues were received, those types of things, which the audit sampling process brings. So the audit committee recommended that Galena LLP be selected as the county's auditor for the next 3 years. One of the main board action is that, the next 5 years. The main board action is to actually have an exemption to the county's purchasing ordinance, which the exemption is to allow the firm to, as the RFP indicated, to have a 5-year contract. And this is kind of normal and customary in as audit work goes for a length of term.
Any questions from members of the board?
One question. Joe Paul, I didn't read the fine print, but we had an auditor that was punishing us if we didn't get information to them by a certain date. They would charge us like a horrible amount of money per day. And I'm hoping that that's not the case. You know, they might start out low rather, but then they can up that if we're not.
No, there's no such provision in the contract for that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Chair, that's one of the reasons why we choose this group. I mean, we share your concerns.
Oh, yeah, they were not nice.
Any other questions, comments from members of the board? At this time, I'll open up to the public. Questions, comments? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for a decision.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to approve as recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Okay, so this next item, number 31, I will begin the discussion because this is something that I worked with staff to bring forward, and I'll make this as quick as possible. I know it's getting towards the end of the day. We're all exhausted. But in the State of the County address, I suggested that our board that we carefully we consider transparency laws that other cities and counties have implemented. And so I've worked with staff, in particular Ms. Thompson, to initiate this process by beginning the discussion of creating a local finance, or to begin the discussion of local campaign finance here in San Benito County. As we all know, in our county, we do not have limits on campaign contributions for local elections. As a result, outside groups can come to San Benito and contribute tens of thousands of dollars directly to any local candidate. And so this actually happened recently. That's why I made it a point to include it into the State of the Union address in January. In 2014, we had some tobacco companies here in California that contributed significant amounts of money to influence a local supervisor race. Many local voters had no idea that tens of thousands of dollars had actually come from outside corporations because they contributed this money directly to a local candidate. And so the disclaimer on the campaign flyers of this candidate only said it was paid for by the candidate, not by the tobacco company that actually funded the campaign. So in my opinion, this is extremely wrong. And I think that we must place some sort of limits and pass sensible campaign finance laws to protect the voices of our local residents. And in my opinion, this makes sense. And I think it's time that we act on it. There are 19 other some counties in California that have local campaign finance laws in place. There are 142 California some cities that have local finance ordinances. Our neighbors, the county of Santa Clara, they have campaign finance laws. The county of Santa Cruz passed some campaign limits. I believe their ordinance is a campaign contribution control ordinance that was passed in 2013. And so, in my opinion, having campaign finance ordinance in San Benito County will, without question, make our county stronger. The presentation that Barbara has prepared is just a starting point. We must have a discussion as a board as far as what kind of limits make sense for our county. We must look at the issue from all angles and not rush to place local campaign finance restrictions unless we are sure it makes sense and has worked, because we have to do the research and make sure that this has worked in other counties and how it's worked. And so my goal this afternoon is to poll the board on this issue. If there is support to move forward, I'd like to create an ad hoc a committee who will work with our county staff to review other ordinances, other campaign finance ordinances throughout our state. And then I would like to, if we do have that support to move forward, to bring a draft ordinance for this board to consider at a later time. So at this time, I'd like to have Barbara take it over.
I'm going to summarize a sample campaign finance or campaign contribution ordinance from Santa Cruz County to give you the highlights of what they have in their ordinance. They have a definition of a business or labor committee, which means a committee created or sponsored by a corporation, partnership, labor union, labor organization, or other business entity for the sole purpose of using voluntary donations of its members or employees. This campaign finance ordinance would be addressed to campaigns for county office, which mean the auditor, clerk recorder, treasurer, tax collector, district attorney, and the sheriff, and members of the Board of Supervisors. It does not include other locally elected offices such as judge or the Office of Education or school districts. Just to make the Santa Cruz ordinance very simple, basically they have a limit that requires no person shall make or accept any contribution over $400 in support or opposition of any candidate, and no person shall make or accept any contribution over $400 in support or opposition of proceedings to qualify a recall petition. As far as business or labor union contributions, it indicates that they may only contribute to a candidate committee to support or oppose proceedings to qualify a recall petition if the contribution is less than $1,000, and individual contributions to the entity by individual contributors are governed by the limits set forth by the ordinance. Now, these limits, they can vary from county to county, so it's what's set up by the ordinance itself. Some counties, one county that I did note had an overall contribution limit to, it was a voluntary contribution limit to supervisors that ordinance had, so you can set up the ordinance in various fashions. You can have reporting requirements. You can have a requirement that contributions be deposited in a checking account for transparency purposes and reporting. You can set forth a requirement for organizational statements to be filed and campaign statements to be filed. Normally, Santa Cruz tracks the type of information that's required by the state. You can exempt use of a candidate's own money for the campaign. You can exempt all or some of the expenditures made independent of the candidate or the committee so that are not controlled by that candidate. The ordinance would set forth the liabilities for a violation of the ordinance. For example, the Santa Cruz ordinance indicates that the person that's receiving the contribution is not liable if the person that was making the contribution files a written statement with that contribution that the contribution is consistent with the ordinance. In Santa Cruz County, they have the contributions in excess of the ordinance should be paid to the county treasury and back to the person making the contribution. So it's sort of a double penalty because they have to repay the money and they also have to give the same amount to the county treasury. And Santa Cruz ordinance has the violations would be could be a misdemeanor. You can have various provisions in the ordinance, such as the cost of advertising rates. It will set forth who's the enforcement authority. And as I mentioned before, there's a variety of ways to draft the ordinance. Just as workflow purposes, the goal is not to have this in place for 2016. It would be, if the board was interested in pursuing it, it would be for 2018. So we would like to make sure that we move forth the marijuana ordinance first before we really begin in earnest with this ordinance, if that was acceptable with the board. And then I'm open for any questions.
Supervisor Barrios.
Yeah, Barbara, these monies would have to be reported anyway by candidates on Form 401 to the to the county and also to the 460 to the state. Yeah. 460. So there's already that layer of somebody looking at it. Secondly, I don't know that I would want to have it to be a criminal. I mean, I've never received that kind of money. I think the most I ever got from one person was like $500. But are we going to, if we don't stay on top of it, I'd hate to see any candidate become, have it be labeled as criminal if it's an oversight. Or because you're busy campaigning. Unless you have somebody that you're paying to run your campaign, you don't have the time to really look at those things. And then there was one other thing. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, I don't want to see anything criminal attached to it, but some form of penalty for sure. So.
I think that in any type of ordinance, obviously we'd have to do the research, but I'm sure we would have the flexibility to do what we thought appropriate.
Yeah.
Supervisor De La Cruz?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have no problem looking into this. My only concern, and this is something that Supervisor Patel and I, we've been, about 2 or 3 already of some type of campaign reforms, and it all comes down to one common denominator from all the discussions we had as a board, is that who becomes the watchdog? Because we want to make sure that the watchdog doesn't become a political machine for a group or a party or an idea or a cause or a candidate. That's my concern, Mr. Chair, is that watchdog, watch group doesn't become a political machine for some other activity or some other hidden agenda.
Yeah.
Right. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I think this is the time is now to look at something like this in our county. Our counties will be changing with some of this growth, and there's to be other influences that, maybe that we don't see today that, in the next few years we're probably bear witness. And most of us run a pretty small, low-key campaign, and but having the rules set now before you have a problem is the way that I would approach it. Right. So I'm interested in at least exploring this.
Right, and that's why I had thought of this idea. I've been exposed to many. I've worked in other areas of local government, and so I certainly have seen the abuses, especially from special interest groups. And I think that we have to try to do our part to really control those influences. And if we have the opportunity to pass a local ordinance that helps to safeguard, I think, specific issues in this community, I think that this is something that isn't new. It has occurred throughout this state. We obviously have the flexibility to do what we want and to really do what is appropriate for San Benito County. I think that we don't have to reinvent the wheel by any stretch of the imagination. That's why I'm interested in forming an ad hoc to further research this issue, look at other ordinances in California, and really create an ordinance that's going to work for San Benito. I don't think that you can get an ordinance from Santa Cruz or from San Francisco or and think that it's going to work in San Benito. But we certainly can take the ideas that have been passed in other counties and in other cities to make it work for San Benito. Because I think that when you look at our community, we can all agree on one thing: this community is changing. This community is growing, and I think that this is certainly a safeguard to help protect the interests of San Benito County residents, local interests, from outside groups such as tobacco companies, such as oil companies, such as labor unions, larger labor unions. I think that this is an important step to helping ensure that we bring some fairness to our local elections. Any other questions or comments, Supervisor Munzer? No. Okay. So at this time, I will poll the board individually to see if this is something that the board is interested in.
Is there any comment?
Oh yes. I'm sorry. Public comment.
We thought you were sleeping back there.
I haven't made an enemy of today. Has anybody left?
Oh, I guess we're going to start.
We're going to start. Marty Richmond from Hollister. I don't like this ordinance at all because I am for transparency. This is nothing about transparency. This is limits. I would like to see lots of transparency. I'd like to see if someone gets the money that they have to say who they got it from, where they got it, and so on and so forth. And I think we ought to publish that, make it public. That's transparency. This is limits. This has nothing to do with transparency. This just says, oh, you can't have more than this. The message I get is the outsiders are going to ruin it here. What we got? We got San Benito lifers here. Is anybody on your board that's not a San Benito lifer? No. You're all San Benito lifers. Not only that, you're having such a terrible time. You ran unopposed. You got tired of winning, so you retired, and you ran unopposed or had got that's probably why you got 97.9% of the vote or something. I think somebody wrote in Mickey Mouse in a write-in or something. So we're having such a terrible problem that everybody gets reelected. The biggest advantage anybody has over everybody else is the fact that you are an incumbent. Everybody knows that. So what you really need, if you want to get rid of bad influences here, are limits on the amount of times you can get reelected. You need term limits. That's what you really need, because we need some fresh blood around here. This has nothing to do, I know several of you are going to take this personally. It has nothing to do with personal. It's my philosophy, it's always been my philosophy at every level of government, is that term limits assure people that they don't get entrenched, and they get new ideas. And listen, the biggest trade you got, whether you use it or not, and this is not accusing you of being unethical, is that if you're an incumbent, you get to do things for your people who are in your district. And, you know, because you get to do things for them, essentially you wind up using taxpayer money and to help them. And that's good. The only problem is it also buys you votes indirectly. You don't go in and say, hey, I'll do this for you if you vote for me. But that's the way it works, and that's why incumbents keep getting reelected. And that goes for you, and it goes for Congress, and it goes for the Senate. Everybody knows that. That's why once they get in, you can't get them out. And that's why we got 34 people running for senator, because they know once they get in, you'll never get them out, no matter who they represent. So let's make it transparency. Let's fight for transparency, real transparency. Well, who got the money? You know, and I'm offended by your taking on the tobacco company. I don't smoke, but I can tell you this. I know what this board did with the tobacco money it received. And if you're so high on your horse about tobacco companies, maybe you should have used the money for anti-tobacco and for health care rather than all the stuff you did with it, and so did everybody else in the state of California. This entire state did with the tobacco money. It wasn't just you. So, and oil companies, yes, we know you're for Measure J. That's fine. But we should not use this to take legitimate businesses off the thing. If they give the money to somebody, it should come up on the internet and say they gave the money to XYZ. If you don't like it, don't vote for it. Thank you. Well, now I've offended everybody?
Thank you for your comments, Marty. You know, and so if there's one thing I do have to add, I think the point is well taken as far as transparency. I think that this, you know, the reporting requirements obviously are already in place. You know, it's something that every candidate does. But this is certainly an ordinance such as this is going to prevent special interest groups from contributing unlimited amounts of money that will absolutely influence any local election. Because when you talk about elections, when you talk about winning elections, it's all about money. And what I want to do is I want to do a positive thing in my community, although it may not be perceived in that way. But if you have outside money coming into this county from oil companies who have a specific interest to pump oil here, or you know, to mess with our environment, if you have local some tobacco companies that have a specific interest, they have a specific candidate, they want some things accomplished, you know, that interest them from the outside. That's certainly, that's contrary to specific interests from you know, on behalf of our residents here in San Mateo County. So this is a way, you know, I have no problem with special interest, you know, if they want to, you know, abide by this ordinance and abide by limits, and they want to give to a candidate, that's fine. But my issue is the unlimited flow of money that can go into to these local campaigns, and I think that's something that we can control, and that's something that we should control, and it'll only make our elections more honest and more transparent in the process. So at this time, I will poll each board member to see if there's interest to move forward. And like I said, if 3 members of this board want to move forward, I'll go ahead and create an ad hoc a group, and then we'll work with staff to bring back an ordinance at a later time. Certainly, this is something that isn't urgent, but it's something that we can work on in the next few months. So, Supervisor Barrios.
You know what, Supervisor Rivas, when the oil companies came in and put a lot of money on J, it didn't matter. They lost. You know, it didn't matter. So I don't know that we have an issue. I really don't. I don't know that we want to spend staff time doing this when we have so many other more pressing things. I wouldn't mind revisiting it when we don't have as many things that are so much more pressing.
That's fair enough.
That's my feeling right now.
Supervisor De La Cruz.
I'll support it, but I'll agree with Barrios. But I support the idea. Let's not put it to rest.
Okay.
Let's push it. I'll support it.
You guys know how I feel. I want to move forward with it. I'd like to see an ordinance come by the end of the year. Supervisor Munzer?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Supervisor Batallo?
I think this would lead into possibly some ethics oversight, too, in elections And so I think we should explore this.
Right. Well, that's my idea. Is when I talked about this in the state of the county, it was campaign finance, and then I'd like to do some ethics reform as well. When we have the board being lobbying in various directions, I think that we certainly the next step is to establish some kind of system so you have local lobbyists that have to register. That way that's transparent as well. So that way the public knows exactly who we're meeting with and why we're meeting with them and who's lobbying, not only elected officials but staff members as well. Okay, so with that direction, I'll create an ad hoc committee. I certainly want to be a part of it. Is there a volunteer that would like to be a part of it as well? Is there Batallo?
Sure.
All right. So Anthony and I will be on an ad hoc, and we'll bring something back for the board to consider.
Okay, thank you.
And so with that, we'll go to item number 32, Resource Management Agency, Mr. Barnes.
Good evening.
I just got that one.
Hopefully this is very quick, non-controversial. I think the only controversy here let me introduce this. This is a contract for a consultant effort to create for us a pavement management system and an inventory of pavement condition throughout the county. The only controversy that's likely to result from this is the apparent feud about the number of potholes between North County and South County will finally be resolved. Although I'm sure there'll be a request for a recount.
But in between, huh?
So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, board members, I'd be happy to answer any questions. This is a fairly straightforward thing. It's an inventory of the roadway system, all of it, using a sample so that the consultant doesn't have to drive every mile of every road, but they'll take a sample of the roadways, create a condition assessment. We will use that as a planning tool to prioritize roadway improvements in various kinds of ways over the next 5-7 years. Two things that are important to come out of this. We will get a very, very good presentation. This is the same consultant. We're recommending the same consultant that Hollister used. I went to their presentation. It was excellent. It will explain all of the nitty-gritty, which is a bad pun about pavement, but you will understand why we are where we are and what we need to do. Secondly, I've forgotten secondly. Thirdly, this, for me, pavement management system is one of about 5 different management systems that I'm hoping to put in place over the next several years. The others being bridges, drainage, culverts and storm drains and those kinds of things. Safety, which is intersection safety and those sorts of things. And again, I've forgotten the last one. It's been a long day. But anyway, there's a series of management systems that will help put some science behind the public works requests for funding for improvements in your capital improvement program. Be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of questions, and yes, it's very important that we put the science behind our pavement maintenance. And people say that, well, it doesn't take an engineer to figure out that our pavement is really in poor shape right now on a lot of our roads. And I fear if Measure P does not pass, we're not going to be able to do much pavement management anyway. And this contract is $175,000. This is just a 1 year?
One time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. That reminds me of what I was going to say. The other part of what we'll get is training from the consultants so that we can manage this on an ongoing basis.
Okay. And reading their RFP, it really, before they put it on some sort of grid and estimate how long your pavement's going to last, they'd have to do 3 times. Assessment 3 times, and then it kind of will give you a projection going forward. Are we going to see this again next year for another 175 and another 175, kind of like the mosquito abatement study?
I'm not familiar with the mosquito abatement study, but I think the answer is no. Back in 2009, 2010, there was an effort to do this. I don't know why that did not proceed to a final report, but the data is there. The data is there. We have all of the road segments that were tested, and we have the numbers from that we can start to use as a trend analysis. So this is the second of the third things. Typically, this is done about every 5 or 6 years. So we're in the right place to do it again. And we would anticipate perhaps coming back in around 2020, 2021 for another round.
All right.
Any other questions from members of the board? Comments?
Thank you. Well, Supervisor Botello brings up a good point, Measure P. If we invest in this and it does not pass, how are we going to put this to use without the funds? Is it still going to be somewhat useful in planning, even though Measure P?
Absolutely. I don't have a whiteboard, and I don't want to draw on Louis' walls. There's a curve that is sort of flat at the beginning, and maybe it's in the report. I don't remember. It's been a while since I prepared this. There's a curve that's sort of flat at the beginning, and then after a few years, in its pavement condition, it begins to drop off and drops off first slowly and then very dramatically. And on the flat part of the curve, if we make repairs to the pavement, it costs very little. But as we get further out and the pavement condition deteriorates, we get to a point where it's better just to dig up the road and replace it entirely. And so we will know where on that curve all of our streets, our roadways are. We'll know from the 2009-2010 data, we'll have a progression for those roadway segments, and we can assess things like how the truck traffic, for example, is impacting John Smith Road or the Highway 25 and so on.
Okay, so it'll be a useful document in spite of whether or not and I'm envisioning this, and maybe I'm wrong, but is this going to be helpful? We wrote a letter and approved a letter to the state of California for additional monies for transportation costs. Will this be valuable for that purpose?
Any science data that we can put behind a letter like that will absolutely be helpful. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Supervisor?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I attended the City Council's meeting on the presentation. I thought it was wonderful. Well, a lot of information.
A little scary.
Yes. And I think I said, God, we need to do this in San Bernardino County. And so thank you, Brent, for bringing it forward. I support this concept. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent. Okay. At this time, I'll open it up for the public. Any questions, comments from the public?
Well, not really the public, but I wanted to point out that I'm very supportive of this because GASB 34, which is kind of the basis of all governmental accounting, really requires that the assets of the county, that there be an accountability of the assets and the condition of those assets. And so this is important. This is important work that provides good backup for our CAFR. So I would encourage that this work get done. In addition to that, this provides a basis for the possibility of other types of revenue that maybe that in the background might be coming forward. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, members of the public? See none, I'll bring it back to the board for a decision.
Mr. Chair, I'm in favor of this because I know any and all studies of the roads will always show South County being the most need. So with that, I will make a motion to approve.
Well, I second it, but in the RFP, they left out South County.
Okay, with that, we have a motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
So we are adjourned until April
26.
26, 2016 at 9 a.m.
Forget this. Okay.
What? Another one bites the dust.